Hey there, Flo here. Hey Leo, thanks for the lemon. So it's been a while since I've done a proper live stream. I don't really know what that means actually. The word proper was inserted there by my brain and I don't really approve of that message, but what I mean is I haven't done a non-IRL stream in quite a long time. For various reasons. But anyway, I am back at my computer to stream doing unknown activities. I don't really know what I'm going to do. Lately I've been working on coding stuff, just not streaming it. And so I might just work on that kind of stuff today. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so the big change is that I'm using Linux now instead of Windows, and so I have no idea how stable this is because I haven't been able to do any significant testing. So I mean I did some testing of the things I could do without live streaming, but yeah, you can't really test live streaming without going live properly, so consider this whole stream a test. It'd be awesome if OBS didn't crash, that'd be great, but I don't really have any idea what to expect because as I was setting up a couple days ago, OBS crashed a couple times. I did some AI searches to try to get answers for why that might happen, changed a couple settings, and it hasn't crashed since, but you know, it still could happen. Anyway, so if the stream randomly dies, that probably is what happened. Yeah, a lot of things on Linux are pretty hard and techy. Like if you consider yourself an ultra nerd, I mean a nerd or like a smart person in tech, just try doing anything on Linux and it will test that title that you give yourself. It's super advanced stuff. It's crazy. Anyway, let's get to my other scene here. Nothing really to show, but so I just have a basic scene set up here. And I don't really know what I'm going to do today, but I've been trying to get OBS back up and operational to the standard that I'm happy with in Linux. And I mean, what I'm used to in Windows, I'm trying to reproduce in Linux, and it's been a struggle, but I think I'm pretty much back to how I had it before. There's just a few little random things that aren't quite what they used to be. And some of those things I can live with. Other things I'm just going to keep tinkering with until I figure out. See that little thing down here? Is my cursor not showing? It's weird. Yeah, well, look at the bottom left. You can see the active song being shown. That's actually a built-in Linux thing. I didn't have to do any special coding stuff for that, so that's pretty cool. So I'm happy with that. I might actually go back to how I was doing it before, in a sense. I wonder if I'm going to check something. I want to change... Oh, cool. That's awesome. Okay, so I can change the volume of the music for me because it was super loud in my face. And it doesn't affect the stream. That's super cool. Speaking of that, I had to do a ridiculous amount of research on audio routing on Linux because on Windows, OBS has the Capture App Audio built in now. But that is not the case in Linux, so to like capture output of a specific app like a sound player or a browser or anything, that's super easy, like ridiculously easy on Windows, but on Linux it's way more complicated. And actually just last night or this morning, or I don't know when it was, but yesterday sometime, I figured that out, but you had to write a bunch of crazy command line config file type things. But once I figured out how to do it, it's actually not that hard, but I just had AI write it all for me. I've been using AI a lot recently because there's a lot of stuff I just can't figure out on my own, or you'd just be searching the internet for days and not find a good answer, because you're just going to find old forum posts and Reddit posts and stuff like that, and it's all outdated information. So if you just ask AI, it'll scour the internet and come up with a canned answer that's far better than what's out there, because it, you know, whatever. Anyway, so I've pretty much been asking AI everything lately, just to save time and frustration. So that's how I got a lot of this stuff working. I would have never figured it out, because it's a lot of like creating a bunch of, I don't even know the technical term, but like bash scripts or something, just command line, kind of like bat files in Windows, batch files, same kind of thing. Just save like a file with a certain extension and run it, and it does all this stuff. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff you're doing in Linux constantly. Just to get basic stuff going, you have to write all these crazy scripts and stuff. So that's the kind of stuff there's no way to know. Like, nobody's born with that knowledge, and even people with deep Linux experience won't know those commands like in their brain. It won't be just be in your head. You have to look it up all the time. And so yeah, it's took a long time to figure that out, but with the help of AI searches, it was a lot easier. So basically what we have here is just a browser. Yay, whoopee. So I don't know what I'm going to do today, but I was thinking to either continue getting my OBS set up and just sort of show that on screen or something, or work on scripting stuff. So let me see, I'll pull this up here. Yeah, it didn't crash. So maybe, I mean, if I do this though, then it's just going to show the infinite mirror thing. I've never actually thought about that, but like if you're wanting to show yourself doing stuff in OBS, it would be kind of nice to have a way to capture OBS but not show that mirror thing. But I mean, like the infinite portal into another dimension, but it's kind of just the way it goes. Right. So yeah, you can see my OBS set up here. Not that there's anything to see. Normally I would have, let me get that set up real quick. I would normally have chat showing on there too. Yeah, so I'll throw that in there. I'm still using Social Stream for chat, because there's no better solution out there that I'm aware of. Let's see. And Social Stream Ninja is good. It's just the only thing that is annoying about it is you have to have like all your browser tabs open. So I have like a ton of browser tabs just open all the time. I've gotten used to it, but you know, when I'm having like system resource issues or crashing stuff, I like to have less things open if possible, but yeah, it's just part of the fun, I guess. Okay, that will work. Just a minute here and I'll show the screen again. I don't actually remember how I had it set up in Windows, but let's see. That's the thing about, like, when you're trying to get things switched over from Windows to Linux, it would be nice if you could have Windows open on a different monitor, like both operating systems running at the same time, because then you could just like open up something in Windows, check your settings, or export some file, and then like import it to Linux or whatever. But I don't know how to do. I don't think there is really a way to do that, as far as I know. Like, you can dual boot, which I have dual boot set up, but you can't have like Windows and Linux open at the same time. Anyway, so this is just my social stream. I'm gonna go around actually to my various platforms just for fun and make sure that all the chats are working. I used to do that before every stream, but I don't I won't do that anymore. There's D-Live. Cool. One of the cool or nice things about going back to home rather than IRL is I think all the platforms generally work at home. Whereas I was having trouble with Kick getting started. Oh, that's cool. I forgot that on Kick I have a ton of emotes. I haven't streamed in so long that, I mean, I know I have the emotes, but like I can use some of them on other channels, like when I'm watching other people, but not all of them. I forgot how many I had. If I'm actually on my own channel, it's cool. Okay, so there's Kick. Anyway, it's cool I'm on Kick now because when I used the IRL type setup, Kick wasn't working. I don't know why. That's something I'd like to figure out though, because I mean, I'm on a lot of platforms and stuff, and technically it's not the end of the world if I'm not on one of them on a particular day, but you know, there's no reason. I mean, I may as well try to be on all of them. And Kick is one of the ones that kind of matters more, just because there's like an actual chance that somebody might watch on Kick, whereas some of the other platforms I'm on are so obscure that I don't think I have any viewers or followers or anything. I still stream to those obscure ones, but like the chance of somebody actually watching on those platforms is almost zero. Okay, so that was Trovo, Twitch, and we're gonna do Soup. Like that's a good example of a platform that I don't think I have any viewers. Soup. Looks like everything's working now, that's good. I love the fact that Social Stream has the emote wall thing, so it picks up all that. That's cool. Beam has, they don't have a lot of, I guess they have a decent amount of emotes, but it's cool that they have animated ones. I've never actually looked at their emotes on Beam. Oh, but for some reason the emotes don't get picked up by Social Stream. Maybe I'll mention that to Steve. One thing I miss a lot, quite a bit, is on Windows, and this is something that I think most people don't know about. I've mentioned it on stream like a couple years ago, but if you are in any text box, almost in any program, pretty much anywhere all across Windows, if you do the Windows key and the period, like dot, it'll bring up an emoji browser, which is super cool. It's just built into Windows. So if you want to just type emojis in any app of any kind, that's how you do it. You just Windows key plus period. But that's not a thing in Linux, so I really miss that, because like if I'm just typing in chat, like on your phone, you can just, you know, insert emojis easily, the built-in keyboard thing, but like on the desktop, there is nothing like that. So that Windows and period thing is really cool, but yeah, Linux doesn't have that. I think there's probably some kind of app you can install, but I did a search and I kind of gave up on it. But anyway, so Beam is working, it's just not pulling in the emojis, I mean the emotes. Party has actual emojis, not emotes. So they have like an emoji selector, just like you'd have on your phone. This tiger is getting married to... Oh, okay, so Party is not getting picked up by Social Stream, apparently. That's another thing I'll have to mention to Steve. Let's see, is there any reason for that? try on the main site. Some of them work off of the pop-out chat, and some of them work on the... Okay, so party works off of the main window, not pop-out chat. Okay, that's good to know. But it works, so I guess probably won't mention that to Steve because it's working. It doesn't really matter which window it is. And then... oh, interesting. On noise... okay, well, I guess I'm not live on noise. They have some kind of settings problem. Check that real quick. Okay, on noise it says something about B-frames cause latency and stutter and are not supported. Disable B-frames in your streaming software and restart the stream. Which, strangely enough, I don't have B-frames enabled, so I don't know what that's all about, but I'll have to mess with my settings. Maybe do a couple test streams on noise and find out. See if I can figure that out. But for now, I'm just not going to worry about it. Hey, EDI. Been a while. Good to see you again. So let's try... I don't remember if I opened the pop-out for this one. Try Odyssey. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done any of this stuff. Okay, Odyssey is working. What's next? About YouTube. I like the emotes on YouTube. They're colorful and funny faces. What else? Rumble? Have all my emotes on Rumble as well. That's another project I don't know if I'll ever get back to, but I was making these 8-bit and 16-bit sprite emotes and kind of just stopped doing that randomly. And BitChute. I don't think BitChute has chat yet. Like live chat on live streams. I think you just like leave comments. I wonder what it would do if I leave a comment, if it would pull that in. Apparently not. Oh, that's right. I think I actually told the maker of Social Stream about BitChute because it wasn't on his list of supported sites yet. But since they don't really have... It's kind of weird, like that BitChute doesn't have live chat because if people can't chat with you, then there's nothing interactive about the live stream. Like they could be, I mean, they can just be watching, I guess, but it's not very interactive. Anyway, that's weird. So I guess I won't worry about that. All right, so everything appears to be working. That's good. Cool, cool. So I'll just have to remember that on party, was it party or noise? It was party that you have to type in the main profile chat, not the pop-out chat. Okay, so everything is working. So if you're curious, anybody that's curious can ask me in the comments later, like, you know, on YouTube or Rumble or whatever, like, you're like, whoa, how's he on so many platforms? Or how does he get all of the different chats to come together? Well, or how does he show his chat in OBS like this? Well, yeah. There are answers to those questions, but actually to add a chat, like if you're using Social Stream, you just come up here to docs, custom browser docs, and you can add the URL for Social Stream right into your OBS, so then you don't have to have it on a separate monitor if you don't want. You can just have it straight in there. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so let's see, is there anything else? did I want to do with that? Oh, some of the things I wanted to get fixed are like this, my logo up here. It used to, I forgot, did I not, I didn't have the, I guess I don't have OBS capturing the cursor. Let me fix that real quick. I don't remember where that setting is. I don't really know why that would be turned off. It must be turned off by default because I don't think I turned that off. So that's the kind of stuff where you can just save yourself some time, like just come over to your favorite AI chat thingamabob and so like, let's see. Lately I've been using Bing Copilot because it seems fine. The reason I'm using it is because it's kind of free and unlimited as far as I can tell. So let's see, I would be like, how do I show mouse cursor in OBS on Linux Mint? Oh, maybe it's in display capture settings. Probably just answered my own question. Let's see what it says. To enable mouse cursor when using display capture in OBS, blah, blah, blah. Add display capture. Enable cursor, yeah, that's it. So apparently I didn't do that. So my display capture... Oh, the problem with recording OBS streams is when you switch to streams that don't have your microphone and music as a source within those scenes, then all the audio is going to cut out. So when I go to this other scene that just has my display capture, all the sound is going to cut out for a minute. So let's see, where's that? Alright, that should do it. And you can see my cursor, I think. Yep. I basically answered my own question before AI was able to. I'm faster than AI, woo! Let's see. Oh, so yeah, some of the stuff I wanted to do is like make my logo move with the music. I used to have all this set up and I kind of messed it up at one point, I think. I think it was actually working at one time and then I messed it up. So... one of the other things that I haven't done yet, but I'm not going to try to do that on stream, is merging my audio into one virtual source. It's kind of complicated and I'm not even sure it's possible, but I might have to use a special app. But basically, what I want is one audio virtual plug, virtual cable type device that includes all of the audio from apps of my choice, primarily this music app that I'm using, what I'm using is called Audacious, which is actually, it's a really good app actually. It's better than anything that I had on Windows formerly. I like it. Anyway, so I want to capture like audio from this app, which I am currently doing. That's what you see up here on the top left over here. That is that app. It's a virtual, it's called a sync. They call it a sync on Linux. I don't know why they call it a sync. It's not even like S-Y-N-C. It's S-I-N-K, like kitchen sink. I don't know. Anyway. Seems like a weird name. Well, and pretty much everything on Linux has non-intuitive, illogical names. Just because really nerdy, technical people named everything instead of like UI designers or marketing people or whatever. So nothing really makes any sense. And it's extremely nerdy and difficult. But, so... yeah, anyway, this is a virtual sync and it's capturing the audio from an app. Kind of like on Windows when you add capture app audio, it's doing the same thing, but you have to do it manually. Anyway, what I want is a thing that compiles the audio from apps of my choosing, like 2 or 3 apps, like a browser, a web browser, and my Audacious app that I just showed, and then also my microphone. So what you see, this microphone Behringer right here. I want all 3 or 4 of those sources to go into one audio device. And then that audio device can control the sound visualization or audio visualization that I use. And also I can use it to move sources. So like I use the move plugin in OBS for a lot of different things, and one of those is to move like my logo around when I'm talking and stuff, and so I'm gonna try to get that set up, but let's see, it's been a while since I've done this stuff, so that's one of the things I'm gonna try to do right now. So I'm gonna click on my Audacious output here and add a filter. Currently all I have on there is an auto duck, which is just connected to my microphone so that it gets quieter when I talk. So I'm going to add a move something. Can't remember if it's move action or move value. Try move value. Move flow logo. I think I could just call it that. Or no, it has to be flow logo on this scene. So PC full screen. That's one of the things I don't like about OBS. You can't have 2 things with the same name. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It would be confusing, but if it allowed that. But there's certain circumstances when you want to be able to rename the same, you know, a different source with the same name, but it won't let you do that. And it's hard to find. It's hard to find where you added that in the past. So yeah, anyway. So let's see. What do we got here? Filter. Okay, I don't think that's what I want. I want to be able to... let's see, so let's get rid of that. I don't think that's it. Move. I don't remember which one I did. Move action? I think I did move. It's also possible the move plugin is messed up because I ran some Linux commands a day or 2 ago that might have messed everything up. By the way, I hope my microphone audio is okay. I did some tests prior to starting the stream, and in one of those tests I had a massive robot garbage sounding voice. I think I fixed that, but if anybody's here and they let me know about that, it'd be great because I can't hear myself. Let's see. So is this the one I want? Action. No, I don't even know what that is. That's definitely not it. I feel like it should be move source. Yeah, I don't even know what these are. That's crazy that you can do that. I might have messed up the move plugin when I ran those Linux commands because I feel like there should be move source or something. Unless it's this move value. Let me just try this real quick. Yeah, I feel like I probably did mess it up, which means I'll have to reinstall the move plugin, and I can't do that without restarting OBS, so maybe I'll just not work on that right now, which is fine. Kind of boring anyway. Let's see, is there anything else? I was trying to figure out all the stuff that I had to transfer over from Windows, and I think I'm like 90% there, maybe 95%. There's just a few little things I need to fix, and I don't remember what all of them are, to be honest. Oh, weird, so this here, this Video Ninja audio only thing, oh, it's audio only, okay, never mind. I was gonna add a camera. I guess I could do that real quick. So I have it set up. I mean, it's like sitting there. I just don't have it turned on. Video capture. Everything's different in Linux. No, it's a browser source because it's Video Ninja. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. Let me see. I have a lot of scenes that are just one source in them, and then you can just like add the scene. So let me see if I can do it that way. No, that's not what I want. I want camera. Backwards. I think this is my whole right. Okay, now we're good. Now what I almost always do is I put everything in a group because then you can add filters to the group without affecting the original source that would be pulled into various scenes. So if I could just give this a name. Once everything's in a group, then you can just select the group and add filters to that. So I could come in here and crop this. I like to use the crop filter instead of like alt dragging the corners because then you can configure it a little bit with a little bit more customization. In some cases, it just depends on the situation. Go either way, but this way you can kind of explicitly see all of the changes that you're making to a source in one handy little dialogue. Plus you can turn it off and on like this, you know, like doo 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 doo. It's kind of handy. Right. So there's that. I could also add a mask or something. Should probably put it over here too because it looks like I'm looking. High res has 2 brain cells? What? That's a lot more than I have. Hey, high res. I guess I could flip this too. One thing I wish they had is maybe there is one and I just don't know, but there's no like obvious way to flip a layer with a filter. Like you can do it in the transform dialog, but the only way I've found out how to do it is by using a 3D effect, which seems weird, but you can do it in here indirectly. I wonder if you can use -100 here. No. So I think you use rotate one of these. I forget which one it is. Yeah, this one. So if you rotate it that way, then it flips it, which is a weird way to flip a source, but it works, so. Yeah, so are you up for the next day? Like, I know you're in a different time zone than I am, but for me it's like ridiculously late at night or early in the morning, depending on how you look at it. Only problem with flipping that, so it depends on which order you have your filters, but you're going to get confused with your crop because now that that's flipped, when you crop the left, it'll actually crop the right. So what you can do is just change the order of those and then figure it out that way. It's Abe Lincoln's birthday. Nice. No worky. Oh, cool. Let's see. So we do this. Just using the mouse wheel. It's easier sometimes. And like that. There we go. Alright, I don't really know how, like, what else I can do in OBS today. If I can't, I think I messed up the Move plugin, so I need to reinstall that, and I can't, I don't want to restart the stream at this point, so I might just start coding random stuff. I could do a quick show and tell. I forgot about that. That's probably what I'll do. I've done a few projects off stream, so I guess I could show those. Let's see. What's the best way to do that? I only have a good way to do that. Oh, I know. Can add a browser source to OBS. Let's do it that way. Right, let's, so I made this thing that, basically it randomly generates little hairs, or grass in this case. And it has different color themes and stuff. But, pretty much mostly wrote it with AI. I gave AI like all of the ideas that it needed to write the code, but I didn't really want to have to do all the advanced math and stuff. So I just had it write most of the code, but yeah, so I did that. Let's see what else. But they're kind of moving subtly, you know. Like, what's another way I could do that? Trying to figure out how I could show it bigger. Let's see. The brain is kind of not working. I have 2 brain cells as well. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's blonde hair. There's brunette. There's black hair. And I made ginger. There's some ginger hair. And we got rainbow. There's some rainbow. Alright, yeah, that's how I can show stuff, I guess. If we get lucky, the brain cells may bump into each other and there's a creative thought. Could be. Possibly. Alright, man. Thanks for dropping by. Hi, Reyes. Good to see you. Okay, so that's one thing I did. What's another thing? Oh, let me show the... This is a more recent... A couple days ago I made this thing. So this is for like when I'm thinking about something. This is actually applicable. I should have shown this first so Hi-Rose would see it, but that's alright. So this is what it looks like when I'm thinking really hard about something. Let's see. Why isn't that working? Oh, there it goes. So if I want to think really hard, I just turn this on. And, see my advanced thoughts going on. And then I added some other features to it, like if I do code and equations. Oops, that didn't work. Oh, I know why. That should do it. So now it will not only have random equations, but it will have CSS and JavaScript code randomly typing on the screen. If you look closely, what it's typing is kind of fake CSS and JavaScript. It's like, it's got movies and video games themes in there. So if you like read what it's typing really quick, really close, you'll see some video game and movie quotes going on there. So yeah, that's another project that I did a couple days ago. And let's see. The big project that I'm working on is the Bible app. Let me get rid of that junk. Actually, I could just leave that on there. Let me see. I'm going to leave it on, but I need to pull it in a different way. But yeah, I won't keep you here. Hi, Rez. Thanks for dropping by. I'm glad you got to see that, though. It's related to what we were talking about. Okay, so if I bring this in here... Wait a minute. Why is it doing that? Oh, I see. Let's get out of that. Since I'm going to be doing, this is kind of a thinking stream, I think I'll just leave that on there today. Okay, so this is the project I've been working. Oh, I don't know why it's doing that. I need to figure that out. It's something to do with this browser, I think. I have to switch browsers. I was doing some settings on this browser, and I think I messed something up. That's the thing with Linux. You do all this crazy configuration, and sometimes in the process you end up messing everything up. Quite annoying, actually. So yeah. I'm gonna have to reinstall that browser, I think, unfortunately, to get it. I guess I could do that real quick. Let me see how hard would that be. Let's just try that real quick. This is the kind of stuff I do all the time because I don't know all these commands. I don't know if I have the flat pack of it or the, let me check that, I don't know. There's so many different ways to install programs too. Makes it nice and complicated. So I do have the Flatpak one installed. Oh, actually, I could just do it through the... Is there any consequence to doing this? I don't think so. Let me close this and... Thankfully on this one I don't have to write a bunch of commands. I can just use the software remover thing. There's a slight chance this might actually crash my stream. We'll just see what happens. If it does, I'll be back in a minute. It was a lot of work to get that equations animated thing going though, because I had to, I use this math library to generate the equations, but I was finding that if you generate them live on the website, the script that animates them can't keep up, so it can't like render the equations fast enough. So basically what I did is I wrote a script to output those equations as SVG files, and then I saved all those SVG files, and it's randomly selecting out of like 240 different equations. Anyway, it took kind of a long time to make that work. It's kind of pointless, but oh well. Alright, let's see if that worked. I have to go through and change all the stupid settings again. Actually, it's possible that it's saved. When you uninstall things, sometimes it leaves the setting files behind. It just it like uninstalls the application itself, but leaves all your settings somewhere. So it might have kept that stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure how Flatpak stuff works as far as that. Excuse me, as far as that stuff goes. Okay. Oh, it's so weird. I'm pretty sure that I messed this up somehow. Actually, the whole reason I uninstalled this browser is I didn't really want it to save the settings. I wonder if there's a way to go to default settings. Let me check that. So I think I messed it up. I went into About Config and did a bunch of customization, and I think one of the settings messed everything up. Okay, so this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about where if you want to do stuff on Linux, you got to write this kind of crap all the time, constantly. Like, everything you do on Linux pretty much is doing something like this stuff. And there's no way, nobody knows this stuff. Like, you would never know where all these URLs are and like which commands to do. Like, you'd have to look it up like all the time. Nobody would know. I mean, yeah, okay, I know the remove command. RF switches. People know that stuff, but you wouldn't know like this address. Like you wouldn't just have that memorized or something. I mean, you could like search for it and stuff, but like it's just stuff that people can't possibly know. So you just have to look things up all the time. Okay, let me I need to copy that stuff into a document because I'm gonna have to close this browser because I'm gonna uninstall it. So gotta delete that junk. So I'm not gonna show this necessarily, but I'm opening a terminal and typing these stupid commands. Most of the time you can cut and paste stuff, which makes it a little bit easier. You don't have to like type all this cryptic garbage, but it's still kind of a pain sometimes. Let's see, it says to close it, but not, it doesn't, I'm surprised it doesn't say to uninstall it first, but I guess I'll just do it in the order it says, because since I don't know, I'll just hope that it knows what it's talking about. In the terminal, reset Flatpak settings, running this. Okay. What's that part? I think I need that part too. It says I can't. I think I'm going to uninstall it first, even though it says to do that first, because it says that you can't do that because it's busy. Even though I don't have that browser open, it's still hanging on to some kind of resource. So I'm going to try uninstalling that first. I might mess this up, but I don't really know what else to do. Kind of risky to do this stuff while I'm streaming too, because any one of these operations could mess up my stream, but it's just the way it goes. Alright, so it's uninstalled, so in theory I should be able to run this now without any interference. So what I do a lot is if I see some kind of message in the terminal that I don't know what it means, I'll just have a conversation with AI about it. Let's see. I am following a set of instructions that you gave me in another session, so you won't remember it. But, oh, whoops. No, I don't want to give you my name. This is new. It's never actually... you can call me Janice. No, I don't really want to talk to you. I just want to... That's new. They're actually changing this all the time. Okay, so I'm following a set of instructions that you gave me in another session, so you won't remember it, but the gist of it... that I'm trying to uninstall LibreWolf on Linux Mint, removing all possible settings so I can get a factory fresh install when I reinstall it using laptop. So here's where I'm at. I ran this command and see this response. Oops. Error message indicates that LibreWolf isn't currently installed. Okay, so that's why. It's because I did the commands out of order, which I kind of was guessing that was the reason, but just wanted to confirm. Alright, so where's that? Instructions. Okay, so that means I'm good. I don't have to worry about that. Oh, did I? Okay, I already did this one, but I'm going to do it again just to be thorough. There's no guarantee this is where the app is, but we'll just try it again. Oops. I do that a lot where I'm talking to AI and I accidentally type the commands into AI instead of terminal, and it's like... The funny thing is it doesn't ever say, did you mean to type that in terminal? It just responds like nothing's wrong. Okay. Okay, so I think, I don't really know for sure, but it should be done now. So I'll try to reinstall it and see if that fixed everything. Oh, it looks like my, that equations thing, I don't know why, but it locks up after a while. I don't know if it has a memory leak or if it's just like kind of a principle of animation on websites where if you're not actively using it and it's kind of in the background, it kind of just hangs or something. Anyway, it does that. And I don't really know why. There's a possibility this might crash my stream. I don't know. I should probably just turn that thing off. I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's just until I figure out how to make it not do that, it feels kind of like a good chance it might be unstable or something. All right. That's weird. I don't know, there's something weird about this browser, I guess. I need to, like, just use a different browser for now. I don't know what's going on. I don't think it had anything to do with the settings I changed, since no matter what I try, it's not working. So let me just try a different browser here. Okay, so I'll probably just work on this today, do a little bit of show and tell on it, and then I'll just start working on it for the rest of the stream until I decide to end the stream. Let me pause this music for a second. Okay, I haven't really got my window layout set up here how I would like it. I have 3 monitors, like 2 monitors and my TV that I use for live streaming. I haven't, ever since I switched to Linux, I haven't taken the time to set everything up again. Okay, so let me turn my camera off for a second, because can't see this. So I'm going to close this. So I have an audio Bible now. You can move it around. It'll actually remember where you put it, and next time you visit, it'll stay there, which is kind of cool. You can collapse it. So that's kind of fun. This is what I've been spending most of my time on lately, is this audio Bible feature of the app that I've made. So let's see. Oh, I don't think I'm capturing audio. I'd have to, let me see if I can set that up real quick. Otherwise you won't be able to hear this. Okay, so now let's see. To add a sync or whatever, I need to add a thing in OBS real quick, and then it should have audio. All right, that should work. It's actually not that hard to set up, honestly. I don't know why it took so long to figure out. Now that it's properly set up, it's pretty easy. So now you should be able to hear this when I start this. Let me restart it here. So this took a while, but as you can see, the active verse gets bold, which is kind of cool.
John chapter 2. On the third day, a wedding took place at Cana in Galilee. Jesus' mother was there, and Jesus and his disciples had also been invited to the wedding. When the wine ran out, Jesus' mother said to him, "They have no more wine." "Woman, why does this concern us?" Jesus replied. "My hour has not yet come." His mother said to the servants, "Do whatever he tells you."
So there's still some minor bugs with this, but it works pretty well on mobile. So if I if I change this to, weird. I haven't used Brave browser much for development. I don't know how to oh, here it is. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. So if I simulate a mobile browser like this, let me refresh the page just to be sure, but it should not just highlight the active verse, but also scroll along with it, theoretically. Let's see, what do we want to... Let's just read some Psalms. I've been actually listening to quite a bit of the Bible lately, partly because of this project I'm working on. I mean, that's a big part of it, but so a lot of this is actually for myself. Like, I want to be able to listen to the Bible and use the app that I made. I mean, I could use some other app that already works, obviously, but I just figured if I'm going to make this app go to all this trouble, I may as well make it something I'm going to use for more than just live streaming. So this is actually a small chapter, but I'm going to listen to this chapter anyway because I really like it a lot. This actually describes where I'm at in life quite accurately, so these kind of psalms really resonate with me, so I'll just share it just for that reason, if no other reason.
Psalm 142. A maskil of David when he was in the cave. A prayer. I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift my voice to the Lord for mercy. I pour out my complaint before him. I reveal my trouble to him. Although my spirit grows faint within me, you know my way. Along the path I travel, they have hidden a snare for me. Look to my right and see. No one attends to me. There is no refuge for me. No one cares for my soul. I cry to you, O Lord. You are my refuge, my portion in the land of the living. Listen to my cry, for I am brought quite low. Rescue me from my pursuers, for they are too strong for me. Free my soul from prison, that I may praise your name. The righteous will gather around me because of your goodness to me.
Okay, so cool thing is there's 3 playback modes, and forgive this disgusting looking interface. I haven't styled it with CSS yet, but you can have it just play one time, or loop the current chapter continuously, which is really good for like meditating on it. Just kind of, because if you're listening to it while you're doing something, you're probably not really concentrating. So just having it loop, over and over again is kind of nice, which I'll show I kind of simulated the once feature just then because I stopped it before it looped, but it was actually in loop mode. So let me show you what that would look like.
Psalm 142. A maskil of David when he was in the cave.
So it
A
automatically
prayer. I cry aloud to the Lord.
Again.
I lift my voice to the Lord for mercy. I pour out my complaint before him. I reveal my trouble to him. Although my spirit grows faint within me, you know my way. Along the path I travel, they have hidden a snare for me. Look to my right and see. No one attends to me. There is no refuge for me. No one cares for my soul. I cry to you, O Lord. You are my refuge, my portion in the land of the living. Listen to my cry, for I am brought quite low. Rescue me from my pursuers, for they are too strong for me. Free my soul from prison, that I may praise your name. The righteous will gather around me because of your goodness to me. Psalm 142. A maskil of David when he was in the cave. A prayer. I cry aloud to the Lord. I lift my voice to the Lord for mercy.
So as you can see, it automatically goes back to the beginning, and it'll just loop until you tell it not to. The other cool thing that I was able to get working is this will actually still play the audio Bible even if you have your phone, like the screen turned off, because it's using the media session API, or I think that's what it's called. But so it'll have that little notification in your notification bar with a play pause button, so you can like stop and start it that way really conveniently. But it's really cool that it continues to play while your screen's off, because you don't have to waste your battery or try to tap the screen every once in a while to make sure your screen doesn't turn off. So I really love that feature. I just had it like playing all night one time, and didn't have to worry about it stopping or whatever. So the other feature is the continue mode, which does kind of what you would expect it. It'll go to the next chapter automatically. So let's go to Psalm 117. It's a super short one, and then it'll just go to the next chapter when it's done playing this one.
Psalm 117. Praise the Lord, all you nations. Extol him, all you peoples. For great is his loving devotion toward us, and the faithfulness of the Lord endures forever. Hallelujah. Psalm 118. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His loving devotion endures forever. Let Israel say, his loving devotion endures forever. Let the house of Aaron say, his loving devotion endures forever. Let those who fear the Lord say, his loving devotion endures forever. In my distress I
like this passage. I've been listening to Psalm 117 through 119 quite a bit. It's a good test part of the Bible, because Psalm 117 is the shortest shortest chapter in the Bible, and Psalm 119 is the longest. So you can kind of get a good feel for whether your app or whatever is going to handle different scenarios well. So I keep listening to this area quite a bit, but I like it because it starts talking about Israel, like let Israel say, let the house of Aaron say, but then verse 4 it says, let those who fear the Lord say. So it's very clearly, in my opinion, extending the blessings of Israel to those who fear the Lord. And there's a lot of scriptures that would reinforce that idea, where if you choose to serve the Lord and fear him and follow him, that you, especially in the New Testament era, which we are in, where we follow Jesus specifically, a lot of the blessings that God promised the Old Testament people of Israel are passed on to us. And so I like that verse 4, because it kind of, first of all, you're like, verse 2, well, that's not me. I can't claim that blessing. Verse 3, house of Aaron. Nope, I'm not Jewish. I can't, that's not for me. But then it says, let those who fear the Lord. So it's addressing like a wider audience. I like that stuff. There's actually a lot of verses in the Old Testament that make it clear that God's intention is to bless the entire world through Israel, of course, because his plan of salvation comes from the house of Jacob and Judah, and all the way down through Jesus Christ, who was an Israelite himself because of his mother. And so he chose the Israelite people to be the instrument of his salvation. But his plan from the very beginning was to offer salvation to the whole world through the work of Jesus. And even Jesus himself, if you read the New Testament, talks about the whole world all the time. And his disciples are kind of confused. They think that, oh, it's supposed to be about Israel. Why would you bless this Samaritan woman, or why would you do this or that? But he had obviously, since he is God, he has the understanding of what his Father's plan was from the beginning, and that was to bless all nations of the earth through Abraham. And that was through his blood, of course, because he was a descendant of Abraham, but also, yeah, he's always loved all peoples. Why wouldn't he? He created all of them. Why would he, favor just one nation? Anyway, so you can kind of see that working a little bit. The other thing that's kind of cool is if you drag this bar and release it, it'll actually show you where that verse is, which is kind of cool. That was sort of a side effect. I actually would have wanted it to do that, but I didn't do that intentionally. It just kind of magically works. The other thing I might add is a little back and next buttons right here somewhere that allows you to skip verses, like skip ahead. I want to keep the interface simple though, so I don't know if I'll have like a slider for verses, for example, because that would just kind of add more clutter. But I could, if I wanted to, I could have a little box where you type in a number and it jumps straight to that verse or something, but I haven't really decided. I want to keep it as simple as possible and as clean as possible, so and I'm not going to add like 5 million different options, but I want it to make sense. So yeah, that's what I've been working on. One thing that is kind of buggy right now, let me test it real quick, see if it's still doing what I was seeing before. For some reason, like, it'll probably work on mobile mode. For Psalm 119 is kind of the best chapter to test on because it's super long. And for some reason on desktop mode, the column scrolling was not doing what I wanted. And so I need to try to fix that. I might work on that today. It probably works fine on mobile mode. Let me just test it real quick.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and seek him with all their heart. They do no iniquity.
The other thing I wanted to fix, I could do that, try to work on that right now, is I like that it has smooth scrolling, but it's a little bit too fast and jarring. Like if your eyes were fixed on the bold text here, like if you just watch this as it plays, it scrolls kind of fast, and so your eyes are kind of, I don't know, confused, or just like, I don't know, you just kind of, I think it would look better if it was slower. So I'm going to try to make that transition or animation happen a little bit slower. I think I already have the code to make it work. I just have to apply the change.
Iniquity, they walk in his ways. You have ordained your precepts that we should keep them diligently. Oh, that my ways were committed to keeping your statutes. Then I would not be ashamed when I consider all your commandments. I will praise you with an upright heart when I learn your righteous judgments. I will keep your statutes. Do not utterly forsake me. How can a young man keep his way pure? By guarding it according to your word.
Okay, so let me go near the end. I think this will work, like I said, on mobile. Because, yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't. But when I do it,
Testimonies are righteous forever.
when I do it on desktop mode, I'm pretty sure it will have this weird bug and I need to fix.
Give me understanding that I may live. I call with all my heart. Answer me, O Lord. I will obey your statutes. I call to you. Save me that I may keep your testimonies. I rise before dawn and cry for help. In your word I have put my hope. My eyes anticipate the watches of night, that I may meditate on your word. Hear my voice, O Lord, according to your loving devotion. Give me life according to your justice. Those who follow after wickedness draw near. They are far from your law. You are near, O Lord, and all your commandments are true. Long ago I learned from your testimonies that you have established them forever. Look upon my affliction and rescue me, for I have not forgotten your law. Defend my cause and redeem me. Revive me according to your word. Salvation is far from the wicked because they do not seek your statutes. Great are your mercies, O Lord. Revive me according to your ordinances. Though my persecutors and foes are many, I have not turned from your testimonies. I look on the faithless with loathing because they do not keep your word. Consider how I love your precepts, O Lord. Give me life according to your loving devotion. The entirety of your word is truth, and all your righteous judgments endure forever. Rulers persecute me without cause, but my heart fears only your word. I rejoice in your promise like one who finds great spoil. I hate and abhor falsehood, but your law I love. 7 times a day I praise you for your righteous judgments. Abundant peace belongs to those who love your instruction. Nothing can make them stumble. I wait for your salvation, O Lord, and I carry out your commandments. I obey your testimonies and love them greatly. I obey your precepts and your testimonies, for all my ways are before you. May my cry come before you, O Lord. Give me understanding according to your word. May my plea come before you. Rescue me according to your promise. My lips pour forth praise, for you teach me your statutes. My tongue sings of your word, for all your commandments are righteous. May your hand be ready to help me, for I have chosen your precepts. I long for your salvation, O Lord, and your law is my delight. Let me live to praise you. May your judgments sustain me. I have strayed like a lost sheep. Seek your servant, for I have not forgotten your commandments.
And since I put it on one playthrough, it stops and then it resets to the beginning in case you want to manually start it again. But so that's how that works. That works perfectly, but if I do that same thing on desktop layout like this, I'm pretty sure it will stop one column short, and that's something I need to fix. Actually, yeah, so like I used to have this working, but I changed some code and it messed it up. So this is currently showing verses 1 through 50. So when I do the mouse wheel, it should show verse 51, but it's skipping to verse 126. And so something that I did in my code manipulation messed it up, because I've had it working for a long time where it would do columns at a time. Now the only way to like get it to the next section is to manually slide the scroll bar, which is not ideal. So I need to fix that. These buttons down here do the same thing. These inner buttons, so that they're tied to the same code, so they're also messed up. So once I fix that code, then it should fix this too. Oh, and by the way, like I got this scroll animation working. I think the last live stream where I kind of showed this site a bit, I was talking about, or I think I actually worked on that scroll animation on the live stream, but it's working now. So now if I click this, you can kind of see it opens up. And then if you do the inner buttons, it moves to the right a little bit or to the left a little bit. And then if you switch chapters, it opens up a little bit more like that. So that's kind of fun. So that's working. Let's see. Yeah, so I need, I guess let me do a real quick test here just to see where we're at. I could probably put my music back on. I just need to turn it down a little bit.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep it, and it endures. Your ordinances stand to this day, for all things are servants to you.
Verse 99,
if your law had not been my delight, then I would have perished in my affliction. I will never forget your precepts, for by them you have revived me. I am yours. Save me, for I have sought your precepts. The wicked wait to destroy me, but I will ponder your testimonies. I have seen a limit to all perfection, but your commandment is without limit. Oh, how I love your law! All day long it is my meditation. Your commandments make me wiser than my enemies, for they are always with me. I have more insight than all my teachers, for your testimonies are my meditation. I discern more than the elders, for I obey your precepts.
Okay, so I think it's only the last scroll transition where it has this bug.
As you do to those who love your name. Order my steps in your word. Let no sin rule over me. Your promise is completely pure. Therefore your testimonies are righteous forever. Testimonies are and your testimonies. Testimonies are righteous forever. Give me understanding that I may live. I call with all my heart. Answer me, O Lord. I will obey your statutes. I call to you. Save me that I may keep your testimonies. I rise before dawn and cry for help. In your word I have put my hope. My eyes anticipate the watches of night, that I may meditate on your word. Hear my voice, O Lord, according to your loving devotion. Give me life according to your justice. Those who follow after wickedness draw near. They are far from your law. You are near, O Lord, and all your commandments are true. Long ago I learned from your testimonies that you have established them forever. Look upon my affliction and rescue me, for I have not...
It didn't switch to the next page, and that little bug or weird behavior only happens on the final page of the scrolling, so it's, I don't really know why it's doing that. I'm gonna have to write a bunch of troubleshooting code to see what's going on, but that's what I need to fix. It should have scrolled to the next page and it stayed there, and even if I try to force it to come over here, as soon as I press play, it's gonna like make it go back to where it was.
Forgotten your law. Defend my cause and redeem me.
It's just some kind of logic bug that I somehow introduced and I need to fix it. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm just going to step away for a second. I guess I'll maybe have this play some random chapter while I'm gone. I need to make the fire hot again. It's really cold in here. Let's see what's something good. Lately, I've been wanting to read Hebrews again, but I'll just play this for a little bit until I get back. Set it on continue. My BRB screen is not totally functional, so I'll just do this while I'm gone. I might get a snack too, because I had dinner at like, I don't know, lunch. I don't even know what it was. Some meal I had like 5 hours ago. So I might eat something like a can of soup or something. So I'll be gone for a few minutes probably.
Hebrews chapter 1. On many past occasions and in many different ways, God spoke to our fathers through the prophets. But in these last days he has spoken to us by his Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, and through whom he made the universe. The Son is the radiance of God's glory and the exact representation of his nature, upholding all things by his powerful word. After he had provided purification for sins, he sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high. So he became as far superior to the angels as the name he has inherited is excellent beyond theirs. For to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my Son, today I have become your Father"? Or again, "I will be his Father, and he will be my Son"? And again, when God brings his firstborn into the world, he says, "Let all God's angels worship him." Now about the angels he says, "He makes his angels winds, his servants flames of fire." But about the Son he says, "Your throne, O God, endures forever and ever, and justice is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore God, your God, has anointed you above your companions with the oil of joy." And, "In the beginning, O Lord, you laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment. You will roll them up like a robe. Like a garment they will be changed, but you remain the same, and your years will never end." Yet to which of the angels did God ever say, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet"? Are not the angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who inherit salvation? Hebrews chapter 2. We must pay closer attention, therefore, to what we have heard, so that we do not drift away. For if the message spoken by angels was binding, and every transgression and disobedience received its just punishment, how shall we escape if we neglect such a great salvation? This salvation was first announced by the Lord, was confirmed to us by those who heard him, and was affirmed by God through signs, wonders, various miracles, and gifts of the Holy Spirit distributed according to his will. For it is not to angels that he has subjected the world to come, about which we are speaking. But somewhere it is testified in these words, "What is man that you are mindful of him, or the Son of Man that you care for him? You made him a little lower than the angels. You crowned him with glory and honor and placed everything under his feet." When God subjected all things to him, he left nothing outside of his control. Yet at present we do not see everything subject to him, but we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels, now crowned with glory and honor because he suffered death, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. In bringing many sons to glory, it was fitting for God, for whom and through whom all things exist, to make the author of their salvation perfect through suffering. For both the one who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are of the same family. So Jesus is not ashamed to call them brothers. He says, "I will proclaim your name to my brothers. I will sing your praises in the assembly." And again, "I will put my trust in him." And once again, "Here am I, and the children God has given me." Now, since the children have flesh and blood, he too shared in their humanity, so that by his death he might destroy him who holds the power of death, that is, the devil, and free those who all their lives were held in slavery by their fear of death. For surely it is not the angels he helps, but the descendants of Abraham. For this reason he had to be made like his brothers in every way, so that he might become a merciful and faithful high priest in service to God, in order to make atonement for the sins of the people. because he himself suffered when he was tempted, he is able to help those who are being tempted. Hebrews chapter 3. Therefore, holy brothers who share in the heavenly calling, set your focus on Jesus, the apostle and high priest whom we confess. He was faithful to the one who appointed him, just as Moses was faithful in all God's house. For Jesus has been counted worthy of greater glory than Moses, just as the builder of a house has greater honor than the house itself. And every house is built by someone, but God is the builder of everything. Now Moses was faithful as a servant in all God's house, testifying to what would be spoken later. But Christ is faithful as the Son over God's house, and we are His house if we hold firmly to our confidence and the hope of which we boast. Therefore, as the Holy Spirit says, "Today, if you hear His voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion in the day of testing in the wilderness, where your fathers tested and tried me, and for 40 years saw my works. Therefore I was angry with that generation, and I said, their hearts are always going astray, and they have not known my ways. So I swore on oath in my anger, they shall never enter my rest. See to it, brothers, that none of you has a wicked heart of unbelief that turns away from the living God. But exhort one another daily, as long as it is called today, so that none of you may be hardened by sin's deceitfulness. We have come to share in Christ if we hold firmly to the end the assurance we had at first. As it has been said, "Today if you hear His voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion." For who were the ones who heard and rebelled? Were they not all those Moses led out of Egypt? And with whom was God angry for 40 years? Was it not with those who sinned, whose bodies fell in the wilderness? And to whom did He swear that they would never enter His rest? Was it not to those who disobeyed? So we see that it was because of their unbelief that they were unable to enter. Hebrews chapter 4. Therefore, while the promise of entering His rest still stands, let us be careful that none of you be deemed to have fallen short of it. For we also received the good news just as they did. But the message they heard was of no value to them, since they did not share the faith of those who comprehended it. Now we who have believed enter that rest. As for the others, it is just as God has said, "So I swore on oath in my anger, they shall never enter my rest." And yet His works have been finished since the foundation of the world. For somewhere He has spoken about the seventh day in this manner, and on the seventh day God rested from all His works. And again, as He says in the passage above, "They shall never enter my rest." Since then, it remains for some to enter His rest, and since those who formerly heard the good news did not enter because of their disobedience, God again designated a certain day as today, when a long time later He spoke through David, as was just stated, "Today, if you hear His voice, do not harden your hearts." For if Joshua had given them rest, God would not have spoken later about another day. There remains then a Sabbath rest for the people of God. For whoever enters God's rest also rests from his own work, just as God did from His. Let us therefore make every effort to enter that rest, so that no one will fall by following the same pattern of disobedience. For the Word of God is living and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It pierces even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and intentions of the heart. Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and exposed before the eyes of Him to whom we must give account. Therefore, since we have a great high priest who has passed through the heavens, Jesus, the Son of God, let us hold firmly to what we profess. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but we have one who was tempted in every way that we are, yet was without sin. Let us then approach the throne of grace with confidence, so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Hebrews chapter 5. Every high priest is appointed from among men to represent them in matters relating to God, to offer gifts and sacrifices for sins. He is able to deal gently with those who are ignorant and misguided, since he himself is beset by weakness. That is why he is obligated to offer sacrifices for his own sins as well as for the sins of the people. No one takes this honor upon himself. He must be called by God, just as Aaron was. So also Christ did not take upon himself the glory of becoming a high priest, but he was called by the one who said to him, "You are my son, today I have become your father." And in another passage God says, "You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek." During the days of Jesus' earthly life, he offered up prayers and petitions with loud cries and tears to the one who could save him from death, and he was heard because of his reverence. Although he was a son, he learned obedience from what he suffered. And having been made perfect, he became the source of eternal salvation to all who obey him, and was designated by God as high priest in the order of Melchizedek. We have much to say about this, but it is hard to explain because you are dull of hearing. Although by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to reteach you the basic principles of God's Word. You need milk, not solid food. For everyone who lives on milk is still an infant, inexperienced in the message of righteousness. But solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained their senses to distinguish good from evil. Hebrews chapter 6. Therefore, let us leave the elementary teachings about Christ and go on to maturity, not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works, and of faith in God, instruction about baptisms, the laying on of hands, the resurrection of the dead, and eternal judgment. And this we will do if God permits. It is impossible for those who have once been enlightened, who have tasted the heavenly gift, who have shared in the Holy Spirit, who have tasted the goodness of the Word of God and the powers of the coming age, and then have fallen away, to be restored to repentance, because they themselves are crucifying the Son of God all over again and subjecting him to open shame. For land that drinks in the rain often falling on it, and that produces a crop useful to those for whom it is intended, receives the blessing of God. But land that produces thorns and thistles is worthless, and its curse is imminent. In the end it will be burned. Even though we speak like this, beloved, we are convinced of better things in your case, things that accompany salvation. For God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown for His name as you have ministered to the saints and continue to do so. We want each of you to show this same diligence to the very end, in order to make your hope sure. Then you will not be sluggish, but will imitate those who, through faith and patience, inherit what has been promised. When God made His promise to Abraham, since he had no one greater to swear by, He swore by Himself, saying, "I will surely bless you and multiply your descendants." And so Abraham, after waiting patiently, obtained the promise. Men swear by someone greater than themselves, and their oath serves as a confirmation to end all argument. So when God wanted to make the unchanging nature of His purpose very clear to the heirs of the promise, He guaranteed it with an oath. Thus, by two unchangeable things in which it is impossible for God to lie, we who have fled to take hold of the hope set before us may be strongly encouraged. We have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure. It enters the inner sanctuary behind the curtain where Jesus, our forerunner, has entered on our behalf. He has become a high priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. Hebrews chapter 7. This Melchizedek was king of Salem and priest of God Most High. He met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, and Abraham apportioned to him a tenth of everything. First, his name means King of Righteousness. Then also, King of Salem means King of Peace. Without father or mother or genealogy, without beginning of days or
Okay, I'm kind of back, but kind of not. I'm still, I just made a bowl of soup, so I'm gonna eat that. I think I'm going to restart Hebrews so I can listen to it, because I wasn't listening to it while I was not away. And then, however long it takes me to eat, and then I'll get back to trying to write some code or something after that.
Hebrews chapter 1. On many past occasions and in many different ways, God spoke to our fathers through the prophets. But in these last days He has spoken to us by His Son, whom He appointed heir of all things, and through whom He made the universe. The Son is the radiance of God's glory and the exact representation of His nature, upholding all things by His powerful word. After He had provided purification for sins, He sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high. So He became as far superior to the angels as the name He has inherited is excellent beyond theirs. For to which of the angels did God ever say, "You are my Son, today I have become your Father"? Or again, "I will be his Father, and he will be my Son"? And again, when God brings His firstborn into the world, He says, "Let all God's angels worship Him." Now about the angels He says, "He makes His angels winds, His servants flames of fire." But about the Son He says, "Your throne, O God, endures forever and ever, and justice is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore God, your God, has anointed you above your companions with the oil of joy." And, "In the beginning, O Lord, you laid the foundations of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment. You will roll them up like a robe. Like a garment they will be changed, but you remain the same, and your years will never end." Yet to which of the angels did God ever say, "Sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet"? Are not the angels ministering spirits sent to serve those who inherit salvation? Hebrews chapter 1. On many past occasions and in many different ways, God spoke.
That was a weird bug. It's on chapter 2, but it is reading chapter 1 still. It's very strange. These are the kind of things that I sometimes don't even know how to troubleshoot, because I don't know why it's happening. But I need to somehow repeat that bug and fix it at some point.
Hebrews chapter 2. We must pay closer attention, therefore, to what we have heard, so that we do not drift away. For if the message spoken by angels was binding, and every transgression and disobedience received its just punishment, how shall we escape if we neglect such a great salvation? This salvation was first announced by the Lord, was confirmed to us by those who heard Him, and was affirmed by God through signs, wonders, various miracles, and gifts of the Holy Spirit distributed according to His will. For it is not to angels that He has subjected the world to come, about which we are speaking. But somewhere it is testified in these words, "What is man that you are mindful of him, or the Son of Man that you care for him? You made him a little lower than the angels. You crowned him with glory and honor, and placed everything under his feet." When God subjected all things to Him, He left nothing outside of His control. Yet at present we do not see everything subject to Him. But we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels, now crowned with glory and honor because He suffered death, so that by the grace of God He might taste death for everyone. In bringing many sons to glory, it was fitting for God, for whom and through whom all things exist, to make the author of their salvation perfect through suffering. For both the one who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are of the same family. So Jesus is not ashamed to call them brothers. He says, "I will proclaim your name to my brothers. I will sing your praises in the assembly." And again, "I will put my trust in Him." And once again, "Here am I, and the children God has given me." Now, since the children have flesh and blood, he too shared in their humanity, so that by his death he might destroy him who holds the power of death, that is, the devil, and free those who all their lives were held in slavery by their fear of death. For surely it is not the angels he helps, but the descendants of Abraham. For this reason he had to be made like his brothers in every way, so that he might become a merciful and faithful high priest in service to God, in order to make atonement for the sins of the people. Because he himself suffered when he was tempted, he is able to help those who are being tempted. Hebrews chapter 2. We must pay closer attention, therefore. Hebrews chapter 3. Therefore, holy brothers who share in the heavenly calling, set your focus on Jesus, the apostle and high priest whom we confess. He was faithful to the one who appointed him, just as Moses was faithful in all God's house. For Jesus has been counted worthy of greater glory than Moses, just as the builder of a house has greater honor than the house itself. And every house is built by someone, but God is the builder of everything. Now Moses was faithful as a servant in all God's house, testifying to what would be spoken later. But Christ is faithful as the Son over God's house, and we are his house if we hold firmly to our confidence and the hope of which we boast. Therefore, as the Holy Spirit says, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion in the day of testing in the wilderness, where your fathers tested and tried me, and for 40 years saw my works. Therefore I was angry with that generation, and I said, their hearts are always going astray, and they have not known my ways. So I swore on oath in my anger, they shall never enter my rest." See to it, brothers, that none of you has a wicked heart of unbelief that turns away from the living God. But exhort one another daily, as long as it is called today, so that none of you may be hardened by sin's deceitfulness. We have come to share in Christ if we hold firmly to the end the assurance we had at first. As it has been said, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion." For who were the ones who heard and rebelled? Were they not all those Moses led out of Egypt? And with whom was God angry for 40 years? Was it not with those who sinned, whose bodies fell in the wilderness? And to whom did he swear that they would never enter his rest? Was it not to those who disobeyed? So we see that it was because of their unbelief that they were unable to enter.
That's weird. Now I'm seeing all sorts of weird bugs. So now the audio stopped, and I didn't do anything to cause it to stop. That's strange.
Hebrews chapter 3. Therefore, holy brothers who share in the heavenly calling, set your focus on Jesus, the apostle and high priest.
So random. I don't even know how to troubleshoot this stuff, honestly, but I have to refresh it every once in a while to get it going.
Hebrews chapter 4. Therefore, while the promise of entering his rest still stands, let us be careful that none of you be deemed to have fallen short of it. For we also received the good news just as they did, but the message they heard was of no value to them, since they did not share the faith of those who comprehended it. Now we who have believed enter that rest. As for the others, it is just as God has said, "So I swore on oath in my anger, they shall never enter my rest." And yet his works have been finished since the foundation of the world. For somewhere he has spoken about the seventh day in this manner, And on the seventh day God rested from all his works. And again, as he says in the passage above, they shall never enter my rest. Since then it remains for some to enter his rest, and since those who formerly heard the good news did not enter because of their disobedience, God again designated a certain day as today, when a long time later he spoke through David, as was just stated, "Today, if you hear his voice, do not harden your hearts." For if Joshua had given them rest, God would not have spoken later about another day. There remains then a Sabbath rest for the people of God. For whoever enters God's rest also rests from his own work, just as God did from his. Let us therefore make every effort to enter that rest, so that no one will fall by following the same pattern of disobedience. For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It pierces even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and intentions of the heart. Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and exposed before the eyes of him to whom we must give account. Therefore, since we have a great high priest who has passed through the heavens, Jesus, the Son of God, let us hold firmly to what we profess. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but we have one who was tempted in every way that we are, yet was without sin. Let us then approach the throne of grace with confidence, so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need. Hebrews chapter 5. Every high priest is appointed from among men to represent them in matters relating to God, to offer gifts and sacrifices for sins. He is able to deal gently with those who are ignorant and misguided, since he himself is beset by weakness. That is why he is obligated to offer sacrifices for his own sins as well as for the sins of the people. No one takes this honor upon himself. He must be called by God, just as Aaron was. So also Christ did not take upon himself the glory of becoming a high priest, but he was called by the one who said to him, "You are my son, today I have become your father." And in another passage God says, "You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek." During the days of Jesus' earthly life, he offered up prayers and petitions with loud cries and tears to the one who could save him from death, and he was heard because of his reverence. Although he was a son, he learned obedience from what he suffered. And having been made perfect, he became the source of eternal salvation to all who obey him, and was designated by God as high priest in the order of Melchizedek. We have much to say about this, but it is hard to explain because you are dull of hearing. Although by this time you ought to be teachers, you need someone to reteach you the basic principles of God's Word. You need milk, not solid food. For everyone who lives on milk is still an infant, inexperienced in the message of righteousness. But solid food is for the mature, who by constant use have trained their senses to distinguish good from evil. Hebrews chapter 6. Therefore, let us leave the elementary teachings about Christ and go on to maturity, not laying again the foundation of repentance from dead works, and of faith in God, instruction about baptisms, the laying on of hands, the resurrection of the dead, and eternal judgment. And this we will do if God permits. It is impossible for those who have once been enlightened, who have tasted the heavenly gift, who have shared in the Holy Spirit, who have tasted the goodness of the Word of God and the powers of the coming age, and then have fallen away, to be restored to repentance, because they themselves are crucifying the Son of God all over again and subjecting him to open shame. For land that drinks in the rain often falling on it, and that produces a crop useful to those for whom it is intended, receives the blessing of God. But land that produces thorns and thistles is worthless, and its curse is imminent. In the end it will be burned. Even though we speak like this, beloved, we are convinced of better things in your case, things that accompany salvation. For God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown for His name as you have ministered to the saints and continue to do so. We want each of you to show this same diligence to the very end, in order to make your hope sure. Then you will not be sluggish, but will imitate those who through faith and patience inherit what has been promised. When God made his promise to Abraham, since he had no one greater to swear by, he swore by himself, saying, I will surely bless you and multiply your descendants. And so Abraham, after waiting patiently, obtained the promise. Men swear by someone greater than themselves, and their oath serves as a confirmation to end all argument. So when God wanted to make the unchanging nature of his purpose very clear to the heirs of the promise, he guaranteed it with an oath. Thus, by two unchangeable things in which it is impossible for God to lie, we who have fled to take hold of the hope set before us may be strongly encouraged. We have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure. It enters the inner sanctuary behind the curtain where Jesus, our forerunner, has entered on our behalf. He has become a high priest forever in the order of Melchizedek. Hebrews chapter 7. This Melchizedek was king of Salem and priest of God Most High. He met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, and Abraham apportioned to him a tenth of everything. First, his name means King of Righteousness. Then also, King of Salem means King of Peace. Without father or mother or genealogy, without beginning of days or end of life, like the Son of God, he remains a priest for all time. Consider how great Melchizedek was. Even the patriarch Abraham gave him a tenth of the plunder. Now the law commands the sons of Levi, who become priests, to collect a tenth from the people, that is, from their brothers, though they too are descended from Abraham. But Melchizedek, who did not trace his descent from Levi, collected a tenth from Abraham and blessed him who had the promises. And indisputably the lesser is blessed by the greater. In the case of the Levites, mortal men collect the tenth, but in the case of Melchizedek it is affirmed that he lives on. And, so to speak, Levi, who collects the tenth, paid the tenth through Abraham. For when Melchizedek met Abraham, Levi was still in the loin of his ancestor. Now, if perfection could have been attained through the Levitical priesthood, for on this basis the people received the law, why was there still need for another priest to appear, one in the order of Melchizedek and not in the order of Aaron? For when the priesthood is changed, the law must be changed as well. He of whom these things are said belonged to a different tribe from which no one has ever served at the altar. For it is clear that our Lord descended from Judah, a tribe as to which Moses said nothing about priests. And this point is even more clear if another priest like Melchizedek appears, one who has become a priest not by a law of succession, but by the power of an indestructible life. For it is testified, "You are a priest forever in the order of Melchizedek." So the former commandment is set aside because it was weak and useless, for the law made nothing perfect, and a better hope is introduced by which we draw near to God. And none of this happened without an oath, for others became priests without an oath, but Jesus became a priest with an oath by the one who said to him, "The Lord has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever." Because of this oath, Jesus has become the guarantee of a better covenant. Now there have been many other priests since death prevented them from continuing in office. But because Jesus lives forever, he has a permanent priesthood. Therefore he is able to save completely those who draw near to God through him, since he always lives to intercede for them. Such a high priest truly befits us, one who is holy, innocent, undefiled, set apart from sinners, and exalted above the heavens. Unlike the other high priests, he does not need to offer daily sacrifices, first for his own sins and then for the sins of the people. He sacrificed for sin once for all when he offered up himself. For the law appoints as high priests men who are weak, but the oath which came after the law appointed the Son who has been made perfect forever. Hebrews chapter 8. The point of what we are saying is this: we do have such a high priest who sat down at the right hand of the throne of the Majesty in heaven, and who ministers in the sanctuary and true tabernacle set up by the Lord, not by man. And since every high priest is appointed to offer both gifts and sacrifices, it was necessary for this one also to have something to offer. Now, if he were on earth, he would not be a priest, since there are already priests who offer gifts according to the law. The place where they serve is a copy and shadow of what is in heaven. This is why Moses was warned when he was about to build the tabernacle, "See to it that you make everything according to the pattern shown you on the mountain." Now, however, Jesus has received a much more excellent ministry, just as the covenant he mediates is better and is founded on better promises. For if that first covenant had been without fault, no place would have been sought for a second. But God found fault with the people and said, "Behold, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. It will not be like the covenant I made with their fathers when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they did not abide by my covenant, and I disregarded them, declares the Lord. For this is the covenant I will make with the house of Israel after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my laws in their minds and inscribe them on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they will be my people. No longer will each one teach his neighbor or his brother, saying, 'Know the Lord,' because they will all know me, from the least of them to the greatest. For I will forgive their iniquities and will remember their sins no more." By speaking of a new covenant, he has made the first one obsolete, and what is obsolete and aging will soon disappear. Hebrews chapter 9. Now the first covenant had regulations for worship and also an earthly sanctuary. A tabernacle was prepared. In its first room were the lampstand, the table, and the consecrated bread. This was called the holy place. Behind the second curtain was a room called the Most Holy Place, containing the golden altar of incense and the gold-covered Ark of the Covenant. Inside the ark were the gold jar of manna, Aaron's staff that had budded, and the stone tablets of the covenant. Above the ark were the cherubim of glory, overshadowing the mercy seat, but we cannot discuss these things in detail now. When everything had been prepared in this way, the priests entered regularly into the first room to perform their sacred duties. But only the high priest entered the second room, and then only once a year, and never without blood, which he offered for himself and for the sins the people had committed in ignorance. By this arrangement the Holy Spirit was showing that the way into the most holy place had not yet been disclosed as long as the first tabernacle was still standing. It is an illustration for the present time, because the gifts and sacrifices being offered were unable to cleanse the conscience of the worshiper. They consist only in food and drink and special washings, external regulations imposed until the time of reform. But when Christ came as high priest of the good things that have come, he went through the greater and more perfect tabernacle that is not made by hands and is not a part of this creation. He did not enter by the blood of goats and calves, but he entered the most holy place once for all by his own blood, thus securing eternal redemption. For if the blood of goats and bulls and the ashes of a heifer sprinkled on those who are ceremonially unclean sanctify them so that their bodies are clean, how much more will the blood of Christ, who through the eternal Spirit offered himself unblemished to God, purify our consciences from works of death, so that we may serve the living God? Therefore Christ is the mediator of a new covenant, so that those who are called may receive the promised eternal inheritance, now that he has died to redeem them from the transgressions committed under the first covenant. In the case of a will, it is necessary to establish the death of the one who made it, because a will does not take effect until the one who made it has died. It cannot be executed while he is still alive. That is why even the first covenant was not put into effect without blood. For when Moses had proclaimed every commandment of the law to all the people, he took the blood of calves and goats along with water, scarlet wool, and hyssop, and sprinkled the scroll and all the people, saying, "This is the blood of the covenant which God has commanded you to keep." In the same way he sprinkled with blood the tabernacle and all the vessels used in worship. According to the law, in fact, nearly everything must be purified with blood, and without the shedding of blood there is no forgiveness. So it was necessary for the copies of the heavenly things to be purified with these sacrifices, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. For Christ did not enter a man-made copy of the true sanctuary, but he entered heaven itself, now to appear on our behalf in the presence of God. Nor did he enter heaven to offer himself again and again, as the high priest enters the most holy place every year with blood that is not his own. Otherwise, Christ would have had to suffer repeatedly since the foundation of the world. But now he has appeared once for all at the end of the ages to do away with sin by the sacrifice of himself. Just as man is appointed to die once and after that to face judgment, so also Christ was offered once to bear the sins of many, and he will appear a second time not to bear sin, but to bring salvation to those who eagerly await him. Hebrews chapter 10. For the law is only a shadow of the good things to come, not the realities themselves. It can never, by the same sacrifices offered year after year, make perfect those who draw near to worship. If it could, would not the offerings have ceased? For the worshippers would have been cleansed once for all and would no longer have felt the guilt of their sins. Instead, those sacrifices are an annual reminder of sins, because it is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Therefore, when Christ came into the world, he said, "Sacrifice and offering you did not desire, but a body you prepared for me. In burnt offerings and sin offerings you took no delight. Then I said, Here I am, it is written about me in the scroll, I have come to do your will, O God." In the passage above he says, "Sacrifices and offerings, burnt offerings and sin offerings you did not desire, nor did you delight in them, although they are offered according to the law." Then he adds, "Here I am, I have come to do your will." He takes away the first to establish the second, and by that will we have been sanctified through the sacrifice of the body of Jesus Christ once for all. Day after day, every priest stands to minister and to offer again and again the same sacrifices, which can never take away sins. But when this priest had offered for all time one sacrifice for sins, he sat down at the right hand of God. Since that time he waits for his enemies to be made a footstool for his feet, because by a single offering he has made perfect for all time those who are being sanctified. The Holy Spirit also testifies to us about this. First he says, "This is the covenant I will make with them after those days, declares the Lord. I will put my laws in their hearts and inscribe them on their minds." Then he adds, "Their sins and lawless acts I will remember no more." And where these have been forgiven, an offering for sin is no longer needed. Therefore, brothers, since we have confidence to enter the most holy place by the blood of Jesus, by the new and living way opened for us through the curtain of his body, and since we have a great priest over the house of God, let us draw near with a sincere heart in full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled to cleanse us from a guilty conscience and our bodies washed with pure water. Let us hold resolutely to the hope we profess, for he who promised is faithful. And let us consider how to spur one another on to love and good deeds. Let us not neglect meeting together, as some have made a habit, but let us encourage one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. If we deliberately go on sinning after we have received the knowledge of the truth, no further sacrifice for sins remains, but only a fearful expectation of judgment and of raging fire that will consume all adversaries. Anyone who rejected the law of Moses died without mercy on the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. How much more severely do you think one deserves to be punished who has trampled on the Son of God, profaned the blood of the covenant that sanctified him, and insulted the Spirit of grace? For we know him who said, "Vengeance is mine, I will repay," and again, "The Lord will judge his people." It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Remember the early days that you were in the light. In those days you endured a great conflict in the face of suffering. Sometimes you were publicly exposed to ridicule and persecution. At other times you were partners with those who were so treated. You sympathized with those in prison and joyfully accepted the confiscation of your property, knowing that you yourselves had a better and permanent possession. So do not throw away your confidence. It holds a great reward. You need to persevere so that after you have done the will of God, you will receive what he has promised. For in just a little while he who is coming will come and will not delay. But my righteous one will live by faith, and if he shrinks back, I will take no pleasure in him. But we are not of those who shrink back and are destroyed, but of those who have faith and preserve their souls. Hebrews chapter 11. Now faith is the assurance of what we hope for and the certainty of what we do not see. This is why the ancients were commended. By faith we understand that the universe was formed at God's command, so that what is seen was not made out of what was visible. By faith Abel offered God a better sacrifice than Cain did. By faith he was commended as righteous when God gave approval to his gifts. And by faith he still speaks, even though he is dead. By faith Enoch was taken up so that he did not see death. He could not be found because God had taken him away. For before he was taken, he was commended as one who pleased God. And without faith it is impossible to please God, because anyone who approaches him must believe that he exists and that he rewards those who earnestly seek him. By faith Noah, when warned about things not yet seen, in godly fear built an ark to save his family. By faith he condemned the world and became heir of the righteousness that comes by faith. By faith Abraham, when called to go to a place he would later receive as his inheritance, obeyed and went, without knowing where he was going. By faith he dwelt in the promised land as a stranger in a foreign country. He lived in tents, as did Isaac and Jacob, who were heirs with him of the same promise. For he was looking forward to the city with foundations, whose architect and builder is God. By faith Sarah, even though she was barren and beyond the proper age, was enabled to conceive a child, because she considered him faithful who had promised. And so from one man, and he as good as dead, came descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as countless as the sand on the seashore. All these people died in faith without having received the things they were promised. However, they saw them and welcomed them from afar, and they acknowledged that they were strangers and exiles on the earth. Now those who say such things show that they are seeking a country of their own. If they had been thinking of the country they had left, they would have had opportunity to return. Instead, they were longing for a better country, a heavenly one. Therefore God is not ashamed to be called their God, for he has prepared a city for them. By faith Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Isaac on the altar. He who had received the promises was ready to offer his one and only son, even though God had said to him, "Through Isaac your offspring will be reckoned." Abraham reasoned that God could raise the dead, and in a sense he did receive Isaac back from death. By faith Isaac blessed Jacob and Esau concerning the future. By faith Jacob, when he was dying, blessed each of Joseph's sons and worshipped as he leaned on the top of his staff. By faith Joseph, when his end was near, spoke about the exodus of the Israelites and gave instructions about his bones. By faith Moses' parents hid him for 3 months after his birth, because they saw that he was a beautiful child and they were unafraid of the king's edict. By faith Moses, when he was grown, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter. He chose to suffer oppression with God's people rather than to experience the fleeting enjoyment of sin. He valued disgrace for Christ above the treasures of Egypt, for he was looking ahead to his reward. By faith Moses left Egypt, not fearing the king's anger. He persevered because he saw him who is invisible. By faith he kept the Passover and the sprinkling of blood, so that the destroyer of the firstborn would not touch Israel's own firstborn. By faith the people passed through the Red Sea as on dry land, but when the Egyptians tried to follow, they were drowned. By faith the walls of Jericho fell after the people had marched around them for 7 days. By faith the prostitute Rahab, because she welcomed the spies in peace, did not perish with those who were disobedient. And what more shall I say? Time will not allow me to tell of Gideon, Barak, Samson, Jephthah, David, Samuel, and the prophets, who, through faith, conquered kingdoms, administered justice, and gained what was promised, who shut the mouths of lions, quenched the raging fire, and escaped the edge of the sword, who gained strength from weakness, became mighty in battle, and put foreign armies to flight. Women received back their dead, raised to life again. Others were tortured and refused their release, so that they might gain a better resurrection. Still others endured mocking and flogging, and even chains and imprisonment. They were stoned, they were sawed in two, they were put to death by the sword. They went around in sheepskins and goatskins, destitute, oppressed, and mistreated. The world was not worthy of them. They wandered in deserts and mountains and hid in caves and holes in the ground. These were all commended for their faith, yet they did not receive what was promised. God had planned something better for us, so that together with us they would be made perfect. Hebrews chapter 12. Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off every encumbrance and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with endurance the race set out for us. Let us fix our eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith, who for the joy set before him endured the cross, scorning its shame, and sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. Consider him who endured such hostility from sinners, so that you will not grow weary and lose heart. In your struggle against sin, you have not yet resisted to the point of shedding your blood, and you have forgotten the exhortation that addresses you as sons. My son, do not take lightly the discipline of the Lord, and do not lose heart when he rebukes you. For the Lord disciplines the one he loves, and he chastises every son he receives. Endure suffering as discipline. God is treating you as sons. For what son is not disciplined by his father? If you do not experience discipline like everyone else, then you are illegitimate children and not true sons. Furthermore, we have all had earthly fathers who disciplined us, and we respected them. Should we not much more submit to the Father of our spirits and live? Our fathers disciplined us for a short time as they thought best, but God disciplines us for our good, so that we may share in his holiness. No discipline seems enjoyable at the time, but painful. Later on, however, it yields a harvest of righteousness and peace to those who have been trained by it. Therefore, strengthen your limp hands and weak knees. Make straight paths for your feet, so that the lame may not be disabled, but rather healed. Pursue peace with everyone, as well as holiness, without which no one will see the Lord. See to it that no one falls short of the grace of God, and that no root of bitterness springs up to cause trouble and defile many. See to it that no one is sexually immoral or is godless like Esau, who for a single meal sold his birthright. For you know that afterward, when he wanted to inherit the blessing, he was rejected. He could find no ground for repentance, though he sought the blessing with tears. For you have not come to a mountain that can be touched and that is burning with fire, to darkness, gloom, and storm, to a trumpet blast, or to a voice that made its hearers beg that no further word be spoken. For they could not bear what was commanded. If even an animal touches the mountain, it must be stoned. The sight was so terrifying that even Moses said, I am trembling with fear. Instead, you have come to Mount Zion, to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem. You have come to myriads of angels in joyful assembly, to the congregation of the firstborn enrolled in heaven. You have come to God, the judge of all, to the spirits of the righteous made perfect, to Jesus, the mediator of a new covenant, and to the sprinkled blood that speaks a better word than the blood of Abel. See to it that you do not refuse him who speaks. For if the people did not escape when they refused him who warned them on earth, how much less will we escape if we reject him who warns us from heaven? At that time his voice shook the earth, but now he has promised, once more I will shake not only the earth but heaven as well. The words once more signify the removal of what can be shaken, that is, created things, so that the unshakable may remain. Therefore, since we are receiving an unshakable kingdom, let us be filled with gratitude, and so worship God acceptably with reverence and awe, for our God is a consuming fire. Hebrews chapter 13. Continue in brotherly love. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for by so doing some people have entertained angels without knowing it. Remember those in prison as if you were bound with them, and those who are mistreated as if you were suffering with them. Marriage should be honored by all, and the marriage bed kept undefiled, for God will judge the sexually immoral and adulterers. Keep your lives free from the love of money, and be content with what you have, for God has said, Never will I leave you, never will I forsake you. So we say with confidence, The Lord is my helper, I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? Remember your leaders who spoke the word of God to you. Consider the outcome of their way of life and imitate their faith. Jesus Christ is the same yesterday and today and forever. Do not be carried away by all kinds of strange teachings, for it is good for the heart to be strengthened by grace and not by foods of no value to those devoted to them. We have an altar from which those who serve at the tabernacle have no right to eat. Although the high priest brings the blood of animals into the holy place as a sacrifice for sin, the bodies are burned outside the camp. And so Jesus also suffered outside the city gate to sanctify the people by his own blood. Therefore let us go to him outside the camp, bearing the disgrace he bore. For here we do not have a permanent city, but we are looking for the city that is to come. Through Jesus, therefore, let us continually offer to God a sacrifice of praise, the fruit of lips that confess his name. And do not neglect to do good and to share with others, for with such sacrifices God is pleased. Obey your leaders and submit to them, for they watch over your souls as those who must give an account. To this end, allow them to lead with joy and not with grief, for that would be of no advantage to you. Pray for us. We are convinced that we have a clear conscience and desire to live honorably in every way, and I especially urge you to pray that I may be restored to you soon. Now may the God of peace, who through the blood of the eternal covenant brought back from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, equip you with every good thing to do his will, and may he accomplish in us what is pleasing in his sight through Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. I urge you, brothers, to bear with my word of exhortation, for I have only written to you briefly. Be aware that our brother Timothy has been released. If he arrives soon, I will come with him to see you. Greet all your leaders and all the saints. Those from Italy send you greetings. Grace be with all of you.
Right. Just listen to all of Hebrews. It's funny how quickly it goes by. For, some random people that are just lurking or something, they might be like, why am I here? But for me, this is awesome. I love listening to the Bible. Audio Bibles are kind of my thing. I don't do well with reading with my eyes and when I'm looking at the words without hearing them, I can't concentrate at all. But listening to it's very beneficial for me. So anyway, let's see. I finished my can of soup and had some cookies while I was listening, so I'm ready to get back into stuff here. Let me get this volume back up a bit. Okay, so I don't understand why it randomly stopped on, I don't know, it was chapter 4 or something. I think it probably has something to do with the page not being fully loaded or something like that, which I think I have a 2-second or some number of seconds delay before it starts reading the next chapter, but maybe I need to make that longer. But I'd like to actually make it not connected with time, because if somebody has a really slow internet, it might still not be long enough. So I'd like it to somehow verify that the new I don't know, I need to make sure that it works no matter what the situation is. So I need to look at that code at some point. And then that weird thing where it doesn't scroll to the end on desktop. I need to fix that. And then, I think the thing that I'm going to go after first is the smooth scrolling. It scrolls smoothly, but it's not as slow as I want it to be. And I think I have a fix for that. So I'm going to pull that up. I have to fix a few things here before I jump into that. One of my little shortcuts got messed up a couple days ago or yesterday. I don't know when it was. One of my hard drives stopped responding in Linux, and so I thought, oh great, my hard drive's failing. But so I used my dual boot to Windows and logged in, and it was working fine on Windows. So I don't know what the deal is, but it kind of messed up some of my shortcut links, and I need to fix those real quick here, at least one of them. Okay, that might do it. Let me see. All right, that should do it. Okay, so I need to, let's see, what do I need to do? Open up a bunch of JavaScript files and get ready to start writing some code here. This will be kind of annoying to do on streaming context because I have to make sure everything is like showing on this monitor. So normally I would have like my code on one monitor and the output testing stuff on another monitor, but I have to show what I'm doing if I want to stream it, so I'm gonna set that up. So this is the I don't know what to call it, developer tools or whatever that every browser these days has. Just kind of allows you to troubleshoot things as you're going. So, and then let's see what else I need. Need an AI thing up here. Hey, Janice. Let's see. Okay, so I got some code from earlier that might fix it all in one go. So let me try that first, just in case that's all I have to do. Okay, this code might fix it here, so I just need to incorporate this. I don't think anything in CSS matters, so I can just delete all this junk. It's just the JavaScript part that matters. Okay, so let's compare that to my existing code, which is... And I when I have this much code, I tend to just get overwhelmed. Like just, you know, 1,300 lines of code. It's actually not that much for most people who work on development stuff. Have bigger code than that, but it's, I don't know, I get overwhelmed. I have a hard time finding stuff and understanding stuff. My brain is kind of old, I guess. Let's see. This is scroll to element. We got container, we got element. Hey, go LT. So I need to merge the logic in these functions here with what I already have. So I think, let's see, is in view. Let's get this first. And see how, I have like a couple modules here and I need to figure out like where to put things. At some point, it would, I don't know, there's not really any reason to have so many different modules. It gets confusing sometimes. Okay, so this is a scroll to start function. Let me see. I try to keep things that are kind of related together. So let me just search for scroll here. Make sure all of our scrolling related stuff is close. Let's see. Converted elements. Okay, so those two are both related to scrolling stuff. Is there anything else? Move, drag. Okay, that's pretty much it. So these two functions right here are related to scrolling. So maybe I might put this here for now. Let's see, is in view. So basically what this function does is it has a container, which can be like a div or whatever you want, and an element, and the element is something inside the div, and then I had to add a buffer. So basically what it does is it checks to see if the element is visible within this container currently. And if it's within this buffer, which you can set like 50 pixels, for example, let's say it's only 50 pixels outside of the visible container, then it'll do something different. So let's see. Yeah. I don't know if I want the buffer here. Let me see. Return. I don't know, some of this stuff it's only a few lines of code, but my brain has a hard time wrapping around things sometimes. So if the element top is greater or equal to the container's top minus the buffer. Okay, that makes sense. So that means if it's, wait a minute, minus the buffer? Yeah, okay. Greater than the top, so it's in view, minus the buffer, so it could be 50 pixels behind the view or above the view. And if the bottom of the element is less than... Okay, this isn't actually what I want necessarily. I actually had AI write this for me, and I don't think this actually makes sense. It should be or, not and, because it could be either on the top or it could be on the bottom. Technically, it could be on both if the screen was really small or the element is really big, but I think I'd rather have it be or, I think. Let me see. So this is useful. This function is useful. Basically, is the element visible in the scroll height of the container? But it's not really what I want for this scenario. Let me see here. So I'm gonna have to I mean, I could use this function. It's cool, but I never know how to describe things. Okay, check if an element is visible within the viewable. Technically, it's height. Okay, I'm going to leave that there because I might use that as is, but it's not really quite what I want. Because what I want is... so say this verse, everything you see here is a verse. If I inspect this, we got a span with a class of verse. So each of these is a verse. If I were to make this smaller, this is kind of hard to do on a single screen. Let me see. I guess I could put it over here. So as I highlight each of these spans over here, it highlights one verse at a time, as you can see on the left. So basically what I want it to do is I want it to check to see if it's almost in view, essentially. Let me get rid of this real quick. So right here is pretty much lining up the top of this verse 1 with the top of this container, but in reality it's actually behind this header up here where the measurements start, so it'd be about right here. But I want to give it even more what I call a buffer, where even if it's like 50 pixels above like that, I want to know about it. Or if it's let's say verse 5 down here, if verse 5 is near the bottom or just beyond the bottom like that, I want to know. And so that's what this function excuse me, is supposed to do. But I think how it's written currently, it's saying and, which is stupid right here, this double ampersand. I want to know if it's one or the other. It could be both, but I doubt it. Let me see. I can't remember how the or thing works. I think. Let me ask, because my brain is just not working right now. If we have an or statement with these, I think it'll still return true if both. Yeah, I mean that's kind of obvious, but so I think I want that to be or. Yeah. Pretty sure. I think that's right. Okay, so let's keep it like that. Okay, what else do we... I'm done with this part for now. Let's see. Scroll to element. So this is the other function that we have. Let's copy this. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about where to put these things. I used to have a reasoning for having both main and universal, but I think that reasoning is kind of not important anymore. And some of this is going to be duplicated, so I'm going to have to combine some of these, which I hate doing that. It's a pain in the butt. So I think this stuff that I'm pasting in here is kind of a duplicate of this other function, but so I'm going to have to merge the logic together. It's going to be a pain, but we got to do it. Okay, scroll options, behavior instant. This is going to be annoying. Let's see. This is the area of concern. On desktop mode, which is defined as... Where's that button? I'm not used to Brave. This is desktop mode, where we have columns and a bigger layout. And this is mobile mode. So in mobile mode, you're always scrolling vertically. There's no columns, so you just go up and down like this. But when you're in desktop mode, it's actually horizontal. And you gotta have a big enough chapter that actually will scroll horizontally, so I always go to Psalm 119. So we got all these columns. So this code that I'm currently writing is only related to the vertical scrolling. Container, scroll to... Can't remember if scroll to is built in JavaScript or if that's one of the functions that I wrote. I think that's an actual JavaScript function. You just have to remember all this junk, and since I don't do this all the time, I need to... Oops. Nasty. I actually clicked on an ad accidentally. So I want to customize this so I don't see all that junk. Let's see. No sponsored images. I thought I turned all this off, but I guess it either turned itself back on or I forgot. I already forgot what I was doing. I don't know what I was doing. Let's see. Oh, I know. Scroll to. I wanted to see if that's a JavaScript function, which I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's a built-in JavaScript function that takes the top and left and scroll options. Okay, I knew that. I just forgot. I knew that. So we're going to replace the scroll to function with our own custom function right here. We're going to call this scroll to verse mobile. So we got a container. Do we have an element in here? Got a verse number. Where's the verse? Oh, it's right up here. So verse equals container with a selector, verse with that number. Okay, that makes sense. So we have the verse and we have the container. That's all we need. What is this? Why is there an extra? Okay. Oh, this is not indented right. What is going on here? That's up there. That's weird. Okay. So we got a container, we got an element. I guess I'm just going to call this verse instead because, I mean, I could use this for other purposes, but I probably won't. So, and I can always change it later. Should I? Yeah, we'll just leave it generic for now. It's fine. So we got a container, we got an element, duration, buffer. So we need to call this function from inside this other one. Duration is how long it takes to do the animation, so that will affect the speed. So I kind of want it to be like at least 1 second. I'm not sure if this is in seconds. I'll have to check. Buffer. Just try 50 pixels. Okay, so I think I'm going to move that is in view thing over to this other module because, I don't know, I have a hard time deciding where to put stuff sometimes, but... It'd just make my life easier if it's near these other ones so I don't lose track of it. Let's see, it's buffer pixels, container top minus plus buffer. Yeah, that's pixels. Okay. smooth scroll. So we got start equals container scroll top. I don't know about that. That doesn't seem right.
Hey kids, where do you want to go?
Because thanks for the follow. Which I don't even know which platform. Oh, is that Kick? Okay. Hey Burger Sling. If I didn't just have a can of soup, I'd say sling me a burger, man. All right. This doesn't make sense actually. Why would it start at the container scroll top? It should start wherever it is currently. Okay, I'm just gonna, so I don't have to like think about this as much, I'm going to use AI. So this is the kind of stuff I do all the time. It just saves massive time for me because my brain is a little bit not good at thinking. Take a look at this function. My understanding is that it will start at the top of a container and scroll from that position. I want it to start wherever it currently is scrolled to and smoothly scroll to scroll the element into view from the current scroll position. No problem, man. I'm just getting into coding and watching along, hoping I can pick up really quickly as I've never done it before. Gotcha. Yeah, well, I would, these days, I know this sounds like a cop-out, and I don't know, some people might disagree with this, but I would encourage you to use AI for a lot. It helps you to learn, and it helps you to go faster. Like, I could figure this out on my own, but it's going to take too long. So if I ask AI, I basically pasting my code in there. You can literally paste your code into AI and say, fix it or explain this, and it will. Like, just as an example, if you look at this code and have no idea what it's doing, watch this. Explain what this function does. Without any context, just ask it that. Sure, this scroll to verse mobile function is designed to smoothly scroll to a specific element within a container on a mobile device. Here's a breakdown of what it does. Function parameters: container, the scrolling container element, the target element to scroll to, duration, the duration of the smooth scroll. And I mean, it literally breaks it down for you. So if you're looking at code and you have no idea what's happening, this is a great way to learn. Just paste code into AI and have it explain it to you. It really breaks it down in words that make sense. It's really cool. Check if the element is in view, blah, 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 smooth scroll. Okay, but what I want to know, never thought of using AI for it, but that seems straightforward enough. Thanks. Yeah, it's a great way to learn. Because I don't know about you, but I look at code, even though I've been doing this for years, I look at code and it just takes way too long to get my brain in the zone of where I'm understanding what the code is doing. So it really helps just to have it explain stuff. But what I want to know is I want it to fix this code. And also, you're going to have to learn AI anyway. I got out of development. I'm not an active developer. I'm just doing this as a side hobby. I got completely burnt out with coding. I don't like doing it anymore. So using AI is one way to stay in the game a little bit, because if I were to have to remember all this stuff from 10 years ago and learn all the new stuff, I would just I'd get overwhelmed. So plus, you basically have to learn how to use AI in development because all the big companies expect you to do that, because they may not understand how AI works, like your manager at your company or your project manager or your chief technical officer. They may not understand AI, but they know it's important, so they're going to tell you, Okay, I've heard that in the industry everybody's using AI, and we want to get 5x or 10x times productivity from you. So if you don't use it, you're just not going to stay up to speed with everyone else that's using it. So you kind of have to. Hey, maid, how's it going? Flowgramming, yeah, exactly. All right, so what I'm asking is take a look at this function. My understanding is that it will start at the top of a container and scroll from that position. I want it, rather, instead, to start wherever it currently is scrolled to and smoothly scroll the element into view from current scroll position. I know that's redundant, but it's forgiving. It knows. It knows. Got it. The function already starts from the current scroll position. Oh, scroll top. Oh, okay. So scroll top is not actually scroll to the top. It just means how far down from the top is it currently scrolled. So that was just demonstrating my lack of understanding, which is often the case. So yes, it'll already work. But that's kind of how you learn. You just got to understand how JavaScript works or whatever programming language you're working with. And sometimes I just forget. And I knew that because I've been doing this stuff for quite a while, but I guess I have tired brain, or I don't know, I just get confused. So yeah, anyone that was watching that's a JavaScript expert would have already known that, but I'm kind of just getting back into it. So yeah, I'm not actually a good person to watch if you think you're going to learn a bunch of stuff, because I'm actually kind of washed up and out of the game a bit, so I'm kind of relearning stuff as I go as well. I use scroll top in one of my automation extensions. Nice. Yeah, I forget how functions work sometimes, so I just have to look things up all the time. And even professional, everyday 8 to 5 programmers still have to look things up. They don't have all this stuff memorized, And most of the time you're using an IDE. I don't remember what that integrated something editor. This is an IDE here, but I think there's better ones. This one doesn't have IntelliType or IntelliSense or whatever. But a lot of them have where you'll just start typing and it'll finish your line of code for you because it figures out what you're trying to type. I prefer not to have that because I actually want to hopefully absorb something from the experience, like remember something. So instead of having the computer type out all my code for me, I tend to prefer to type it myself. Although I do it a lot of cutting and pasting, but I don't blame you after hit for users. I'm currently looking at HTML, the easiest one, as I've been told. I learn from different people, so watching anyone helps me. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, HTML isn't really programming. It's more of a, I don't know what to describe it as, but yeah, it's just a way to organize data into little containers and stuff, but it's a good start. But from there, you'll learn CSS and JavaScript and a whole slew of other things if you're really interested in getting into it. Also scroll into view, yeah. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, this thing, what I'm trying to do is rather than use the browser's built-in animation capabilities, which it has smooth scrolling as a default kind of option that you can choose, I want to control how fast it scrolls. So that's what this function is doing. Basically overriding the browser's scrolling and doing it how I want it to be. So hopefully this works. Let me see. It might actually work as is without me doing anything else. I could just try it, see if it throws any errors. So let me see. Just save it, and I'm probably forgetting something here. It's probably missing something, but I'll oftentimes what I like to do is just try it, and then if there's some kind of error that happens, then I'll deal with that as it comes. That's just my style. And most people would never do what I'm doing currently. How many lines per scroll are you thinking? It's not really about how many lines. Let me show you what I'm doing here. So I'm working on this Bible app here. Let me get it into... I keep moving windows around that I shouldn't. Where's the... Oh, the code views here. Okay. So say I'm on a mobile device like this. I have this audio Bible thing here. So if I open up my audio Bible, which somewhere, I don't know where it went. There's some bugs. There's considerable bugs still in this. I think it's scrolled out of view to do it here. Yeah, I messed it up. What happens if I do this? Okay, that's a little bug that I have to fix. So basically what's happening here is it's remembering the position where it was before, and that position is outside the view, so it can't like show it, which is great. So I need to have it like when you resize the window to automatically pop it into view. Otherwise, I'll be able to do that. Let me refresh the page here, see if that helps. Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. So back to what I was saying. We got this audio, or this Bible here, and we got an audio thing going on where it'll play the stuff.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and seek him with all their heart. They do no iniquity.
Okay, so see how it scrolls every time it changes verses? To me, that's a little bit jarring. Like I want it to smooth, scroll a little bit slower than that. So basically, that's what I'm working on is changing the duration and smoothness of the scrolling so that it's a little bit less jarring. So I have this function that has a container, an element, and then how long the animation takes, and then this buffer is how far it is outside the scroll area. So if this highlighted verse was like just barely out of view, like right at the top there, or it was right at the bottom or something, it would do the smooth scrolling. But if it's way out of view, more than the buffer of 50 pixels or whatever I choose, then I want it to instantly scroll with no animation. Because if it's way far and it scrolls, it would look like this. Be like, and you have a seizure looking at all that scrolling going on. So that's basically what I'm writing code to. If it's close to the edge, scroll smoothly and slowly. If it's massively far, just instantly scroll with no animation. That's essentially what I'm trying to achieve with this function here. Which it should work, but I need to test it. So let me... oh, and as I was saying, or about to say, I have the worst coding style imaginable, so do not emulate me. I just want to give that disclaimer. Basically what you're supposed to do is make a repository on GitHub or something like that, and only upload releases once it's stable. I don't do it that way. I never have. I edit the code directly on the website live, so if some bug happens, it will make it unusable for everybody during that time. That's just the way I've always done it. But the reason I'm able to do it that way is because I've always worked on projects that don't have a lot of active users, first of all, and then second of all, or it's just me, I'm the only user. And second of all, on this particular project, I haven't like made the public aware of its existence yet, so I'm the only one using it, so I don't really care if I break it. It's faster and easier for me to just upload the changes straight to the website rather than bothering with all the stupid GitHub junk. So anyway, but I don't recommend that. It's not really how you're supposed to do it, but that's how I typically do it. Okay, so we're gonna just upload those files, which I have to fix my stuff here because I lost my hard drive. I had to switch to a different hard drive, and so I have to reset up everything here real quick. Okay, let's see. JavaScript, modules. So far, I've actually been pretty much enjoying this project, which is kind of a miracle because I stopped coding about 10 years ago, back in 2015, and it's because I hated it. And ever since then, I've kind of had PTSD or something like that, where if I sit down and try to write code or even look at web design anymore, I just get overwhelmed and burn out instantly. I just can't do it. But recently, I've been trying to get back into this project, and I'm not hating it, so that's good. I still generally hate doing it though. I don't want to get back into it as a career, but it's kind of a miracle that I can even do this what I'm doing right now, because for many years I could not do this at all. So okay, I think it's because it's something that I like. Like if I had to do this for work, it would be somebody else's company that I don't care about and I have no investment in, but I have to do it even though I don't want to. Whereas this is a project that it's really important to me personally on a personal level, so I'm able to overcome. Well, I mean, I also did pray about it. I'm not going to pretend that it's all about mechanical stuff. I prayed that I would be able to do this, and I think it's an important project, so that's probably a big part of it. But yeah, so but it also helps that the result or the product that I'm making is something that I actually want to use myself, so that helps a lot. Okay, so let's check to see if that made any difference. I don't know. It seems like off the bat it might just have an error because I didn't really double check everything thoroughly. So we'll just see. That looked pretty good though, the way it's smooth. Like that, the way that scrolled looked pretty nice. Maybe it's fixed like already.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and see.
All right, so I'm seeing that it's not honoring the previous stuff that I had where, let's see. At a certain point I had an EM to pixels thing. Oh, okay, here we go. EM to pixels. Vertical padding. Okay, so I need to incorporate the vertical padding into my new logic. Okay, so here's what we do. This is how we save a bunch of time. That voice is nice, but it's quite louder than you. Oh yeah, you're right. I can fix that. Just pull that down a bit. Should be better. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Okay, so rather than trying to incorporate the logic of these two functions together, what I'm going to do is you can literally ask AI anything you want. Okay, considering that function that we were just talking about, also think about this new function. It has a vertical padding aspect to it, where it will calculate the current font size of an element, convert that to EMs, and add a certain number of lines of padding to the top so that the verse that is scrolled to will not be butted up at the very top of the container. So we need to also pass on that padding to the first function that we were talking about. And then you just paste your code in here and let's see. I got, where's my thing? Oh, here. I'm going to include this little helper function here. Where is it? Isn't there? I think there's a helper function. Let's see. Vertical padding, scroll to... Oh, maybe there isn't. Okay, I think that's all. So I think we'll just try that and see what AI has to say. Note that... let's see, what's this called? Scroll to verse mobile. Yeah, I don't even need to tell it this. It'll notice this by itself, but scroll to verse is called from within scroll to verse when the screen size is below a certain width. I wouldn't even need to tell it that. It would know. It would actually know that just by looking at my code, but it just helps to give it as much information as you can. Sure, to incorporate the vertical padding aspect into the scroll to verse mobile function, we need to add it as a parameter and adjust the target position accordingly. Here's the updated code. So it did all the stinking work for me, and I can just copy and paste that back into my code. Just replace the scroll to verse mobile, and it actually made it shorter. And then next we need to update the scroll to verse function to pass the vertical padding value to the scroll to verse mobile. So I could just replace that myself, but it's easier just to use the code that it gives me. So I'm just copying and pasting and replacing these functions. The crazy thing to me is that I've never once seen it make a mistake. So like you might be worried like, oh, what if it changes my variable names or you know, fixes something that I didn't ask it to. It never, ever does. Like, I've never had that happen. So I pretty much trust it at this point. So that, I literally just asked AI to fix it for me, and it probably did. It's almost guaranteed that it did. So that's the kind of new way to program these days. You could, if you wanted to learn really everything and do it yourself, you could do that, but there's not much motivation to do that, especially for me when I don't really like coding anymore. I could have figured that out, but I don't want to. So, and then I think I'm going to make this like 1.5 seconds, which is 1500 milliseconds. And we'll save that and upload it, and it should be, theoretically, it should be fixed. Let's see. Oh, the other helper function I was going to provide it is the converting pixels to EMs, but it doesn't need that, I don't think. Okay. So we uploaded those changes. Let's see if it helped. Let's refresh the page. Always got to refresh. I do a hard refresh, which on Linux is... Oh yeah, see how smooth that was? So on Linux, it's Shift plus tapping on this refresh. On Windows, it would be Control F5. But I tried that on Linux. It doesn't seem to work. So let's see how this looks.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and seek him with all their heart. They do no iniquity, they walk in his ways. You have ordained your precepts that we should keep them diligently. Oh, that my ways were committed to keeping your statutes. Then I would not be ashamed when I consider all your commandments. I will praise you with an upright heart when I...
Isn't that crazy though? Like I didn't do anything. I didn't write any code just then. I just copied and pasted into AI, said, hey, this is what I want you to do. And it did it. And I didn't have to double check it or anything. I just kept copy and paste it into there, and it's exactly what I want. It's crazy. That just blows my mind. So yep, that's what I want. And so now to test it further, if I'm way down here, in theory, it should scroll instantly without any... So I kind of want it to be animated, because otherwise it would be jarring. So Except when it's way down here, it should scroll instantly, theoretically.
Learn your righteous judgments. I will keep your statutes.
Okay, so that's
Do
not
not
working.
utterly forsake me.
Okay, so something about that's not working, so let's focus on that. Maybe I didn't even add that part of the code. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Buffer. So this should be working. The reason I have the scrolling is in here is because if I don't, it will be hard. I've already tested this quite a bit. If you try to watch the highlighted bold verse and it's suddenly jumping, your eyes kind of get bugged out. So that's kind of why I was slowing down the animation. So yeah, I mean, that takes a solid second or two to say, and some people don't want to wait, would rather be jar. Well, it's different. That's why it's hard to explain, but if it's way down here, I want it to be instant. And it didn't work for some reason. But if it's already on the screen, they wouldn't be waiting, because I'll just restart this so you can see what I mean. There's no waiting involved, because when it's already in view, you can already see where it's
Psalm
at.
119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and
See what I
seek
mean?
him
There's no
with all their
waiting.
heart. They do no iniquity. They walk in his ways.
It's just less jarring
You have
on the
ordained
eyes.
your precepts that we should keep them diligently. Oh, that my ways were committed to keeping your statutes. Then I would not be ashamed when I consider all your commandments. I will praise you with an upright heart when I
No
learn
worries.
your...
No, it's totally fine. I understand. So, yeah, there's no waiting involved. It's more just to keep your eyes from being wigged out as it's like jumping from position to position. And then, so if it's way down here, though, I want it to instantly scroll. Otherwise, like you're saying, this is probably what you're talking about.
righteous judgments. I will keep your
That's
statutes.
horrible. That's
Do not
awful.
utterly forsake.
So that's why I have the buffer. So if it's over the way it's supposed to work, if this current verse is over 50 pixels outside of view, it should jump instantly rather than doing that smooth thing. But it's not working, so I have to see why that is. So let's take a look at the code. I could actually just feed this into AI, but sometimes I actually kind of want to see what's going on for my own benefit. I thought I wrote that into it, but apparently I didn't. Let's see, is in view. Let's look for is in view. Oh, you know what? The AI took that out. It thought it was unnecessary, apparently. Okay. Let's have it give it back to me. Or actually what I'm going to do... So that doesn't happen very often. I kind of contradicted what I actually said earlier. It took out some of my code. I only... if only the AI showed it steps, processes. You can ask it to. You can actually ask it to. So that's funny because I've almost never seen that happen. I don't think I've ever seen that happen, actually. So it took out the logic in the code that checked, I'm pretty sure, unless it never was there, but I think it was. Take a look at this function. My understanding is we'll start it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so see how it has this else instant jump right there? I think it removed that. Yeah, it did. Okay, I'm going to tell it. You can actually talk to it like it's a person. Okay. I see that you... well, let's see. How can I say it? You can say it like in a very casual way, but let me see. I'll try to be more formal. I see that you removed my code that says something like else scroll instantly. I had that there for a reason because I want it to scroll instantly if the element is over the buffer outside of view. say 50 pixels, for example. But you were super rude and removed that code without my permission, dude. What's up with that? I'm really sorry about that. Let's bring back the part that instantly scrolls when the element is over the buffer outside of you. Here's the updated function with that logic included. All right. Let's see if that fixes it. And here's the scroll to verse function with the vertical padding value passed to scroll to verse mobile. Let's see if that fixes it. Let's see, that is the scroll to verse mobile. It could have also been something that I did. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it took that out, and I don't know why it doesn't usually do that. So now it has the else instant jump down here. Okay, and then just in case anything changed, I'm going to copy the scroll to verse 2. This is a little bit risky the way I'm doing this, because if I didn't have that history of the conversation, I might have lost that code and I might have to rewrite it again. That's why I know it's kind of a weird way to do it, but I sometimes come in here and save as a backup copy. Like I'll come into this other folder and save it as a backup with a different name. It's really stupid way to do it, but it's just my old school brain. I got used to doing it the repository way, because then you have to like check all your files and do all the extra steps, and I'm just not used to doing it that way, so I just save backups of my files every once in a while so I can go back to previous versions if I lose some code or something weird happens. That's my style. It's kind of a crappy way to do it, but that's just I'm used to doing that kind of stuff, so that's what I'm gonna do for now. So let me save those changes. I'm also really annoyed by space indenting errors with tab size. So the output of this AI stuff always gets it to me 4 spaces per tab indent, and it makes it correct size and the quick search and replace 4 spaces with tabs. It's not important, but it's just the way I like it. I don't know it again. Okay, thank you. Okay, did that help at all? Is it any better now? I'm gonna take like 10 seconds, so I'm gonna let that delay to hop in there. Still bad. Super annoying. Okay, let's see. Pseudo murdered Jack and Elsa. The only part that, oh yeah. Okay, I get it now. Yes. I actually do know that reference. Jack and also. It's good now? Okay, good. Thank you. That's the thing though. I can't hear my own audio, so I have no idea. Like, if that happens again, I won't know unless somebody's here to tell me. It's so annoying. I hate it. Thank you. Thank you guys for letting me know. It's super helpful because usually there's nobody here and it's like that for hours and I watch my replay later a bit and it's like, oh crap. Super annoying. I don't even know what to do about that, to be honest. It's not really something that's under my control. I didn't do anything to change it. It just happens on its own. Super irritating. Curious. Maybe if I leave that on default, I'm going to try that. I had, in OBS, I had it tied to a specific device, but I'm going to try leaving it on default. Tell it to auto start itself every hour. I know, I was thinking the same thing, and there probably is a way to do that with some kind of cron job or something, but I don't. It's a little bit over my head. And it feels like that's something that shouldn't be necessary. Like, why is it even necessary? But whatever. Irritating. So it seems like your codec is corrupted or you might be missing some I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. Audio on Linux is a pain in the butt. I spent like a week just getting OBS to where it was somewhat acceptable and it still has those kind of random bugs. I don't know. Okay, I guess I could ask AI, see what it says. You never know, it might have a genius answer. Yo. I'm using OBS on Linux Mint. My audio just randomly went mega static and robot sounding. Any idea why that might happen? It seems like it could happen every so often. And unless someone tells me on my stream, I'd not have a clue until I watched the replay /VOD later. How annoying is that? Oh no, that sounds really frustrating. Audio issues can be tricky, especially when they happen randomly. Here are a few things you can try to troubleshoot and potentially fix the issue. Check OBS settings, ensure that your audio settings in OBS are correctly configured. Sometimes changing the audio sample rate or adjusting the buffer size can help. Okay, that's helpful. I might actually check that later. Update drivers, nah, it always says that. That's useless. Disable background applications. I mean, I can't really do that because I'm using those. Check connections, no, that's not it. Test with different audio devices, no. So yeah, it's probably, I might check that buffer size. That's probably useful. Check for software conflicts, reinstall OBS. So yeah, I think I'll check that buffer stuff. What is a recommend buffer size? And why would it work for like 2 hours straight and then suddenly go robot on me? Understand how frustrating that must be. The recommended buffer size for OBS typically matches your bit rate. Oh, interesting. For example, if your bit rate is 3000, setting your buffer. So is the buffer separate for audio versus video, or is it an overall thing? Because as far as I know, my video didn't wig out, just the audio. It also provides links, so I could click on some of those. Great question. In OBS, the buffer size is typically an overall setting that affects both audio and video. However, the impact is often more noticeable on audio, especially if there's a mismatch between the buffer size and the bitrate. Okay. That's cool. Since your video didn't wig out. It's likely that the audio buffer is the main culprit. Audio can be more sensitive to buffering issues because even small delays or hiccups can cause noticeable problems, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'll try that. Okay. We will try that, but I'm not going to do it right now because I think I'd have to reset the stream to get that to work. Unfortunately, like it could happen again during this stream and there's nothing much I can do other than the thing that I did is I switched the, I'm using Pulse Audio on Linux, and so I just switched the output of the device to a different device and then back to the one that it should be, and that seemed to kind of give it like a slap on the face or something, so it woke up. But anyway. All right. Okay. So let's, I forgot where I was, but I don't know if I had uploaded those files, but let's upload those and refresh the page and see if it fixes the stuff.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies and seek him with all their heart. They do no iniquity.
Okay, so that works. Now I'm going to go way down here and see if it instantly jumps.
Walk in his ways. You have ordained your precepts.
It still didn't work. So sometimes I have to do a double refresh because these module files, the JavaScript files, are like links of links inside links, you know, kind of a thing where it's not actually attached to the home page, or I mean the page where I'm currently at. It's like linked from a link, kind of an import thing. And so let me test that first in case it's a simple thing. I might not have saved the changes too.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless.
Different cards seem like your audio card lacked some info and freaked out. Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Audio cards aren't even really a thing anymore. Like, it's not like the Sound Blaster days where you have an actual card for audio. It's like all incorporated into the motherboard these days, so I don't know. But yeah, who knows. The thing though that sucks is I never have these kind of issues on Windows. It's something in Linux that just doesn't work as nicely. But oh well. Oh, let's see. Maybe I didn't even upload those changes. Let me save them first. I think I didn't upload the change, so no, I didn't even save the file. So let me save it. You can tell because if it's in red up here, it means you haven't saved it yet. So now upload that. And then we'll do a refresh. See if it works.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless.
Okay, so going back to the even max bug out, yeah. I don't know, it almost never happens on Windows. It's extremely rare. The time that I have that issue somewhat frequently or more often is when I'm doing IRL streams, which makes sense because you're walking around connected with 4G or something and the quality of the connection comes and goes. So that makes perfect sense. But I'm sitting here at home with like 700, megabits upload speed, so I don't think it's related to that. It's some Linux thing, and who knows. But I'm definitely going to try that buffer thing. I don't think I've ever read that tip about making your buffer the same as your bitrate. That's news to me. That's cool. So I'll try that and see if it helps. Plus, I always thought that the buffer would be like in seconds, not necessarily in like kilobits per second. But so I'll have to check that check that out, because I've never really messed with the buffer setting. Definitely a buffing error, yeah. So hopefully that will help. That would be cool. Oh, the other thing is, no. I was going to say it could be the keyframe interval, but it's not. I have that set at 2 seconds, which is what most streaming sites recommend, although there's some that have a different, and that really has nothing. I don't think that has anything to do with it anyway, because I'm restreaming on a bunch of sites. Oh, okay, here I've used custom buffer size. Okay, yeah, and it's set at a different value than my bitrate currently. I don't think I can change that on the fly, though. I'm pretty sure it'll ask me to restart, but I guess I could see what happens. If this kills the stream, I'll just restart it again. Okay, it took the setting, so we'll see. I don't know. Took the setting without asking to restart, so we'll see if it makes any difference. Okay, so why isn't this working? Let's see. If window inner width is over 768, then do the smooth scrolling. Else, do the instant scrolling. Scroll to oh, it's. Wait a minute. No, it's up here. Okay. If is in view container buffer, else instant jump. Oh. I know why. I think. I have to set the. I have to do scroll to instead of scroll top, I think. Yeah. We have to use scroll to. So container, scroll to, and then we gotta figure out X coordinate, Y coordinate parameters. So we got, the Y is, so this is our Y position. I think we'd put that comma there because we don't care about the X, and then we would do behaviors. Options. Behavior instant. I can't remember how this goes. Give me an example of behavior instant used in scroll to where the behavior is defined as a constant before being added to the scroll to function. Okay, so this is what we need right here. Or wait. Don't give me my own example code, just the one function where behavior is defined above the scroll to function. Got it. Okay, so this is what I want. Scroll options equal behavior constant. So we want that here. Missed that. And then we put the ... weirdness. That should do it, theoretically. Excuse me. Maid might not still be here. He might have gone to sleep or done something more interesting with his time. which I would not blame anybody for doing. This is pretty boring stuff. Okay, so save that. Upload it. And let's see if it worked. So we're going to scroll way down here. I'm going to refresh it like 2 or 3 times just in case. To be honest, it doesn't look like it's working, but okay.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless.
Okay, so I missed something somewhere. The other thing is that I'm not totally sure that I'm refreshing. Sometimes you have to do stupid stuff like you have to open, let's see. Like open my index file. I have to do this kind of stuff and I hate it. Occasionally this works. Like I'll put a version number as a parameter on the include of the JavaScript file to force it to hard refresh, even though I'm telling the browser to hard refresh. Sometimes it doesn't do it. So I'm just going to change that version number and see if that helps. You definitely have to do that with CSS, but usually JavaScript you don't, but I'm going to try that anyway, just in case that makes a difference. It shouldn't be necessary though. I think the code's just not doing what I'm expecting. It's probably not a caching issue. But we'll try it just in case that's the easy answer. So true, I have troubles forcing browsers to hard refresh a lot. Yeah, if you put a question mark, v equals some number or just some arbitrary value, it forces it to refresh. I hate having to do that, but it's just the easy solution. And if you're it's super annoying too, is like the users, like your end users won't know to do a hard refresh, and you can't just call all your customers and tell them, oh, just do a control F5 and that'll fix it. Like it needs to just work for those people. And so that's why I sometimes use that little trick to force it to refresh, especially on mobile. There's no way to do a hard refresh on mobile. I've searched and can't find any solution for that. You can generally do it on a desktop browser, but yeah, it's kind of annoying. Let's see. I wish mobile browsers had like the whole developer mode thing where you push F12, like you can see all the code and console log and stuff, but unless you like install some special app or something, or write like this huge code to echo all the console logs to some div or something, there's not really any way to get that information if you're testing on mobile. Because even though this is supposed to be simulating a mobile environment, it doesn't really work. I know, I was thinking about that virtual monkey. From what I can tell, he's taking time off. He might be going through a hard time or something, but he did write something in his own chat a few days ago, and he responded to somebody. So as far as I know, he's still there. He might just be detoxing, or maybe he's going through a tough time, but definitely keep him in your prayers if you're the praying type, and I'll try to do the same. But yeah, I was thinking the same. I don't know. Okay, it doesn't look like it made any difference. So somewhere else in my code, I probably need to fix something.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk in the law of the Lord.
Let's just see if AI can figure it out without me having to do anything. So for some weird reason, that logic doesn't seem to work on the instant versus smooth scrolling. What I want is if the element within the container is over buffer pixels high out of view, either up or down outside the Viewable scroll area of the container. In that case, it should scroll instantly with no animation. But if it's within the buffer, outside the view, or completely in view, it should scroll smoothly. I'm going to provide you with my entire function again. Don't change anything by pulling in code from the previous revisions. Work from this code only. Can you fix it so it does what I just described? All right, so I tend to be pretty wordy in my AI interactions. It's not necessary. You can actually say a lot less than that, but let's see. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's give it all the stuff that it needs. There are 3 functions that deal with this scrolling situation. I included them all. I understand the requirement better now. Let's update the functions to achieve the desired behavior. If the element is over the buffer out of view, it will scroll instantly. If the element is within the buffer or in view, it will scroll smoothly. Here's the updated code. With this updated code, the isInView function checks if the element is within the viewable scroll area considering the buffer. The scroll to verse mobile function performs smooth scrolling if the element is within the buffer or in view, and an instant jump if the element is over the buffer. See, it understands what I want. It also understands the code very well. So hopefully it's going to fix it. Because I honestly probably could fix this. I just don't enjoy doing that anymore. I'd rather just have this fix it for me. The scroll to verse function uses scroll to verse mobile for vertical scrolling on mobile and handles horizontal scrolling on desktops as needed. This should now match your requirements. Let me know if there's anything else you need. You can also ask it to, like, can you refactor anything with dry concepts in mind so that there is as little repeated similar functions? Or is it already pretty good? Sure, I can help refactor the code to follow the dry, don't repeat yourself principle. Let's identify areas where similar functionality is repeated and extract them into reusable functions. Here's the refactored code. Sometimes I don't like it that way. I understand it better when it's the way I had it originally, so I may not actually keep this, but...
Hey kids, where do you want to go?
Hey, Slotfix, thanks for the follow. See, now it's actually longer. Sometimes when you have, like, refactor things and pull them out into separate functions, you get, like, twice the amount of code, and I don't know. That doesn't... It probably is better in one sense, but in another, I'd say, let's just go with the old one. So we're just going to go with this for now. So I'll just replace these 3 and hope that it helps. If I have to, I'll look at the code myself and figure it out, but I just don't enjoy doing that so much anymore, so... it's also possible that I have another event listener function that's overriding this one, in which case I'll have to dig a little deeper, but I don't think I do, but it's possible. Let's see. Replace all the spaces with tabs. Save. Could also be that my FTP transfers aren't working, and it's it's like actually fixed already, and I just haven't successfully uploaded the file or something stupid. I should probably, while I'm at it, just in case that is an issue, maybe make a version number bump on the JavaScript include. It shouldn't be necessary because I've been working on this project for a long time, and so far I haven't needed to do that. So there's been a few times where it doesn't refresh, but shouldn't be an issue. Another thing is my internet could be experiencing a hiccup at this moment here around this time. Like, I do have good internet, but that doesn't mean it's not susceptible to, you know, glitches and whatever. So that could relate to the audio issue, or even some of the random file uploads and all that stuff. It's not totally impossible. What was I doing? Oh. Didn't upload that. Index file. And refresh. I'm hoping to fix at least this issue, this stream. That would be nice. May not get very far with the other stuff, but if I can fix this, that would be great. Got to do one little problem at a time. There's so many issues with this I have to fix still, but try to finish one thing before I go to the next.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is
still not
blameless, who walk in the...
So irritating. So I might have to look at it myself. The thing is, when I looked at it before, it looked fine. Like, I don't understand what it's doing, to be honest. Like, why it wouldn't be... Oh, wait a minute, let's see. Oh. Okay. This is the issue. It got rid of my instant behavior. Okay, let me tell it its mistake. You made another... Nah, I won't be too rude. I think you got rid of my behavior instant logic that I added. Why did you do that? I need that in order to override smooth scrolling. Please add it back in to the... Scroll to verse mobile function. Also, I don't really like the refactoring. So go back one version to before I asked you to refactor it and use that code instead. Just add back in the behavior instant with scroll to instead of scroll. I could type this myself, but it's just, I don't know. I'd rather have it do it for me because it's the one that messed it up to begin with. Sometimes the AI gets locked up too, or just something weird happens. So I have to like refresh the page and it may or may not remember some of the stuff it had. So we'll just hope for the best. Understood. Let's revert to the previous version and add back the behavior instant logic for the instant scrolling. Here's the updated code. Okay, there it is right there. So hopefully this will work. I think that was the issue. I don't know why it got rid of that. It's funny because earlier I said it never changes your code. Well, apparently it does sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't. And if it does, you can tell it to undo what it did, but you do kind of have to pay attention because if you don't know your code in and out, you might not notice that it did something like that and then be wondering what's going on. Okay. It shouldn't do that. And you can like kind of give it guidelines. The AI guidelines say don't change anything in this code except for this, and it will actually honor that. You just have to sometimes get really specific. That's why I tend to write longer prompts, because when that stuff happens, it's really irritating. I don't think I need to do this version bump thing, but I'm gonna, until I am sure that the refresh is working, I'll just keep doing that, just to be sure. All right, let's see if that did it. It's nice when you can actually see what the problem is. Sometimes you're looking at your code and it's like, why isn't this working? But I think that's why it wasn't working.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless,
still not
who
working.
walk in the law.
Still not working. Let's take a look at another at the isInView function to make sure it's correctly identifying where the element is in the buffer. The logic should ensure that if... Oh, I wonder if it also... Remember how I got rid of the double and? I don't know if anyone's been here that long, but I got rid of the double and I made it an or. And either I was wrong in doing that, or it changed it maybe to the double and that's possible. Let me... Yeah, see, it has an and. That doesn't make any sense. I think that's the issue. Okay, I'm going to tell it that and see if it agrees. I see that you replaced the double vertical bar or thingy with in the isInView function. Why is this? Doesn't make sense to me. I think it should be or, because the element is unlikely to be both above and below the viewport. You're right, the element is not likely to be both above and below the viewport simultaneously, so the or condition is appropriate. My mistake, let's correct that and ensure the logic works as intended. So it fixed that. I think that, I mean, every time I think I fixed it, there's something else, but maybe that will do it. I'm glad I remembered that though, because that was kind of a obscure little thing. Okay, so let's change the version number again. I don't think this is necessary. And let's replace all of this stuff. Get rid of the spaces. Let's see if that does it. It should, I think. I hope. If it's not this, I have no idea. Refresh. Let's go way down here and see what happens.
Psalm 119. Blessed are those whose way is blameless, who walk.
Why? Okay, I updated the code with the or, but that doesn't seem to solve it. Maybe I should just take a look at it and just run through it myself. I don't want to, but let's see. It's possible. I do have other stuff going on here where I'm scrolling to the stored verse, but that is only on the page load. What that means is, for example, if you're way down here, you're in the middle of reading this, and you close the tab and open it back up and refresh the page, it should scroll back down to that area. And that's just more of a, well, what do you call it? What's the word? Better life experience. Can't think of the phrase. There's a term for it. It's better usability that, like, if someone's reading a really long chapter and they close it down, it's kind of like the Amazon Kindle things. It'll save like your reading position and you just open it back up and it's on the same page. So that works. And it's not doing, it shouldn't be doing the smooth scroll for that either, but that's a completely different function and it only does it on the page load. But that also should be instant. Let's see, if book scroll equals no, scroll to verse. Let's look at the scroll to verse. Okay, let's just read through this real quick. I hate reading, and my reading comprehension is trash. That's why the AI has helped me a lot to get back into this, because I hate reading code these days. I just have a hard time comprehending it all. So font size, that's not important. But yeah, I wish, sometimes even though I respect everybody's privacy, going back to the solid thing, there's certain times when you kind of wish you had a contact with somebody just to check up on them. I have like one person that I have their phone number that I can text them and stuff, but they're not somebody that I feel like I have to be concerned about, but it's just because I became friends with them. But otherwise, it's like, you know, something could happen to somebody on stream and nobody would be able to help because nobody knows who they are and stuff like that. But I tend to try not to worry though, because I've taken, like I myself, I've taken as long as a 9-month break from streaming. And I know Hi-Res takes like weeks off at it sometimes. And I think everybody's entitled to time off, especially Solid. He's been streaming a ridiculous amount, so he's probably just taking time off. But it is worth, you know, being concerned about. It just shows that you care. And he could, you know, he could need some help. Who knows? But yeah. All right, so let's see. Const font size, that's right, that's good. Vertical padding, EM to pixels, that's all good. Okay, if verse, which means if the verse exists at all. Let scroll options, behavior smooth. Let's see, behavior smooth, question mark smooth. Okay, this, I hate the ternary, I don't even know how to say that word. Ternary operators confuse me every time I look at them. Behavior. Smooth? Smooth. Not smooth? Auto. See, that confuses me. I hate these. I'd rather look at an if statement. I have a really hard time reading ternary operators. Scroll options equals behavior. Smooth. I can't understand that. I look at it and it looks like pure nonsense. So I'm just going to see if AI can help me here. I always struggle with ternary operators are as human readable as if statements, at least not for me. Can you explain this one here? Absolutely. Ternary operators can indeed be tricky at first. They are a compact way to write simplified conditional expressions. Let's break this one down. The question is, this is essentially a shorthand for if-else statement. Here is the structure of the ternary operator. Condition. In your case, it means condition smooth. Value of true, smooth. Value of false, auto. That doesn't make any sense. Condition smooth? What do you mean smooth? Oh, is that defined? Maybe that's defined elsewhere. Let me check. Oh, yeah, okay, it's up here. That's why, because it's being passed. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, okay, that clarifies it. So it's whether or not it's passed in the as a parameter to the function. Okay. So now it all makes sense. Scroll to verse. Smooth, false. Okay, so I want to see something here. If I... If I just refresh as is... See, why is it doing that? It shouldn't be scrolling like that. It should be instant. Because I'm saying... Scroll to stored verse. Scroll to verse. False. So smooth, it should be false. Oh, this is the problem right here. It should be instant, not auto. That's it there. I think that'll make all the difference. At least for the stored verse thing. Let me see. If mobile vertical scrolling. Okay, we need that scroll to verse mobile. Okay, scroll to verse mobile. Shouldn't need that passed because it already has the logic to determine whether it should be smooth or not. That might actually do it. I'm not sure. Let's try it. I'm going to try without changing the version number too, because I don't think that should be necessary. So we'll just go back to not doing it. Okay, so we're way down here. Nope, that didn't do it either. What? I don't know. Let's see. Scroll options. Okay, if first number equals 1, scroll to the very beginnings of chapters, blah, blah, blah. Override to instant scrolling for horizontal, whatever. Okay. That looks good. Now, if window is greater than 768, that doesn't apply because it's not, so... Mobile, scrolling, vertical, scroll to verse mobile, container, verse, duration, buffer, vertical padding. Okay. So then we come into here. Container, element, duration, buffer, padding. Okay, if is in view, container, element, buffer. Let's look at that. Is in view, container, element, buffer, rectangle equals container get bounding. Okay, and then if top is greater or equal to container minus buffer, or if the bottom of the element is less than, wait a minute. I hate this math stuff. It's kind of like time. I don't know if anyone else struggles with this. I have a really hard time doing time math. Like, how many years ago did this happen? Then you take 2025 minus, 1987 or all that stuff. It just kind of screws with my brain. Same with this kind of stuff. Greater, equal than, all that crap. So I'm just going to, with the buffer minus or positive, it just like kind of scrambles my brain. I'm just going to ask AI to analyze this and see if it makes sense. Can you look at the last two lines of code, except for the brackets, of course? I'm a little hard at understanding with the math related to intersection with the viewport. Should the bottom really be less than, or does it make more sense? Wait a minute. No, I think I understand. I think it's right. Element bottom is less than the bottom of the container, so that means it's in view because it's not farther down than the bottom of the container. Plus buffer though. So this looks right to me. I'm pretty sure. What I can do though is console log is in view. Let's just see what that says. Speaking of people to pray for, I was meaning to do this earlier and I forgot, but there's this YouTube content creator. His name is, what's his name? Desert Drifter? Yeah. So this guy, I really enjoy his content. He just does really cool adventure hikes. And apparently recently he was in a bad accident. I guess I'll play these videos. Oh, it was a car accident. I was sort of wondering if he fell off the rock or something. So it looks like it was a car accident. Anyway, I'm just going to play this real quick. And anybody that's the praying type, I appreciate your prayers. Or they would appreciate your prayers. I don't know what the current status is. I only watched this one from his wife. So let me mute my music for a second here. Okay, I need to patch that audio in somehow. I thought it was already patched in, but maybe not. Oh, it's muted, that's why.
Hi everyone, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Andrew's wife Evelyn. Most of you who have watched the videos probably know Andrew's really the best one on camera, so please forgive me if this is awkward, but I just wanted to get on here and share and ask for your love, your prayers and support. Friday night, Andrew was in a really bad accident, and he is currently in the intensive care unit, fighting for his life from a really severe brain injury. And this community has really meant a lot to him and to both of us over the last year, and I know that he would want all of you to know this, and I think many of you know that we're Christians, and so we really believe in the power of prayer and that God is going to work through this tragedy. And so for those of you who feel comfortable praying for him, please pray for him. for those of you who feel comfortable sending good thoughts, please send those too. We started a Caring Bridge account where we have updates that are posted, so I'll make sure that's linked down below. Yeah, but just your prayers and support in this time really mean the world. We are just so grateful for all of you for watching his videos. It's mind-blowing to us that you want to show up and watch them. So we just thank you for everything thus far, and we just continue to ask for your support in this time. Just thank you.
I haven't watched this update from maybe his parents or something. I'll check that out.
We were inspired by the last video that we did from comments to make a follow.
Okay, so this is somebody else's channel. I thought maybe it was a update from his channel, but it looks like it's somebody else. I don't know if they're connected. Let's see. I think I'll stick, at this point, I'll stick with his channel. I just want to see if there's any further updates. Maybe those are friends of his, I don't know. Or just people like me who kind of are concerned. But as far as I know, that's the latest. So, yeah, if you're the praying type, and even if you don't follow this guy, I just can tell you that I enjoy his content a lot. He's kind of like me. He likes to go out exploring and stuff. That's why I like watching his stuff. It's really cool stuff that he finds. He's just a kind of laid back, easy to watch guy. Anyway, apparently he was in a car accident or something, and I don't know what his status is, but apparently he suffered a severe brain injury at least, and probably other injuries. So I don't know if he's still alive or not, but just pray for him, pray for his wife, Evelyn, and their family. And I guess I'll say a quick prayer. Dear Lord, thank you for this time that I can be streaming again and connecting with anybody that might be out there, whether they're lurking or watch this later. Pray that you'd bless each one of them and meet their needs. Pray for Solid. Don't know what his situation is, but I know he struggles with, same kind of stuff I do with depression and self-worth and anxiety and whatever. I don't know. I'm just kind of speaking for my own struggles, but I believe he has some struggles as well, and I just pray that you would heal him and encourage him, and give him friends and family that would shine light into any dark areas in his heart, and help us to care for each other as a community and be encouraging and helping each other. And I pray for Andrew from Desert Drifter, Lord. I don't know what the situation is, if he's still in the hospital or if I have no idea, but you know, and you're watching over him, and I'm really thankful and happy to hear that both he and his wife are followers of you. It's encouraging for me to hear, and I pray that their message during this time would be expanded. I didn't even know that they were Christians until I heard his wife saying that. I just liked his content, so it's kind of cool to hear that. But either way, I know you love and care for both of them, and that none of this is outside of your control or your care, whether we understand or appreciate that or not. You watch us all at every day and protect us from all sorts of things, and yet these things still happen, and we know that you love us even in spite of the catastrophes and terrible things going on, and you're not punishing us by some terrible thing happening. Sometimes it just happens, and but it's all part of your sovereign, controlled creation, and everything that we are allowed to experience is, especially for those that follow you, is for our good and your glory, and we trust Andrew's life in your hands. No matter what happens, we praise you and thank you for the impact that he's had. I pray that you would heal his body, Lord, if you're willing. Give him extra care in the hospital, but even beyond that, your Spirit is able to heal by the power of Jesus Christ. And we would ask that for him unless you have other plans. Like, he seems like a really cool guy, and I wouldn't blame you if you just wanted to bring him home so you could hang out with him in heaven. I honestly wish I could go to heaven and be freed from the bondage of sin and all the terrible things in this world. But you have us here for a reason, and we trust you. And if it's your will that you could bring Andrew back to health and give him new purpose and direction in this life, we would ask that for him. And we just trust the situation to you and thank you for it in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. Hopefully my voice didn't go all robot. Speaking of which, I need to take a drink. All right, so yeah, I don't know. I might have to like take a break from this and come back to it because I'm not seeming to make any progress here. I'll just ask one more time. Wanna give another stab at the smooth versus instant scrolling thing. First of all, oh, wait a minute. Scroll options. That's still saying auto. I want to check if there's any remnants of auto in here, because if there are, they should be switched to instant. So I'm going to give it all my code again. Whoops. Please don't change the behavior instant to auto anymore. I'm pretty sure that if we explicitly, I can't spell, want, that's probably wrong, it to be instant, auto won't cut it. If I'm wrong, let me know, but I believe that is the case. Here's the code again. Don't change anything except bits that you think will help with the instant scrolling issue. It could be entirely something else too, like another area of my code that's causing an issue. I don't know. Is in view. I corrected the condition to check if the element's top is above the container's bottom plus the buffer, ensuring a more accurate in-view check. Smooth and instant scrolling. Kept the behavior instant where necessary. Okay. But you changed it. Can you explain your fixation on that? I'm willing to stand corrected if and is more logical, but my head tells me it should be more because an element won't likely be above and let me see. Because I want it to scroll instantly if it's either above or below the viewport. But maybe I just can't understand the... Right now, it's late. If the element is either above or below the viewport by the buffer, it should scroll instantly. The OR condition is indeed the right approach to achieve this. Here's why. OR makes more sense. Makes sense for your case. Above the viewport, blah, blah, below the viewport. If either condition is true, the element is out of view. Okay, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that logic. Where is it? Why can't my eyes see it? I think I'm just getting tired. It is pretty late. For me, like most people, it's like morning. But for me, it's still night because I've been up since yesterday. So probably just not thinking straight. Where is that? Why can't I find it? Okay, I'm going to just go up here. Oh, here it is. Element. If, okay, element top is greater or element bottom is less. Yeah. So the way that they wrote this, it should be an or. But if you reverse these and made it less than, then it could make sense, I guess. But I think the or is the right way to go. The way, as far as I can understand it right now, and with my tired brain, I've been sure that isn't view logic. Okay. So every time from now on, when I paste my code in, resist the temptation to change it back to and, unless you have a good reason to do so. And in that case, explain in the description. Don't just do it secretly. All right. I'll probably end the stream pretty soon. I'm sort of losing my voice and my brain. When my brain sort of starts shutting down a little bit, I usually try to stop because my productivity is going to be so crappy that it's not even worth continuing, and I'll probably make it worse. Like I might introduce bugs unintentionally. Sometimes when you take a long break, like a sleep or just a walk away, get some fresh air, and you come back, it's like your brain starts seeing things that it couldn't see before. All right, let's save that. Oh, I forgot about my music. And just because I'm not totally sure, I think I'm going to do the version bump trick just in case it's not pulling in JavaScript file. It should be, but don't know. Okay, so that's not an encouraging look. There's something really weird here that I don't understand. I wonder if what would happen if I... Let's see, it's definitely under 768 pixels. But there could be something broken in that. Oh, I was going to do some more like console log type stuff. So this says true. It's probably not being called at the right time. That's my guess. It's probably being called before the contents are loaded or something weird. Let's see. But then it should have an error because it wouldn't find the element. So I don't know. Let's see. So on 110, it's saying true. What is 110? 110 is in view. So it's saying that it is in view. Scroll to verse mobile is being called right here. Scroll to verse, where is scroll to verse called? Scroll to the stored verse. I'm going to give it this extra function here and see if it makes a difference. Still not working. I'm giving you one extra function that restores the previously saved verse from local forage. When the page is first loaded, it should load the chapter. It loads the chapter, pulls the saved position, and scrolls to it. For some reason, it's stubborn and still scrolls smoothly, even if the verse is way out of view. Actually, what is it saving as the buffer? Let's see. I never checked that really. It could be assigning some stupid buffer. It's only 50 pixels. So that shouldn't be an issue. But it was worth a check. Wait a minute. Let me make sure maybe the container that I'm providing it isn't the right container. I should check that. Let's see. The container is called from scroll to verse. Okay. And that's passed from scroll to stored verse. Pane 1. Is Pane 1 the right container? Let's check that real quick. Okay, chapter. That could possibly be part of the issue here. I don't think it is, but I have this needless, I think it's kind of needless wrapper inside the container that could possibly have an effect. I don't think it should, but it could possibly. No, I don't think that's an issue. Because it doesn't have to be a direct parent. It's not. It should still work. But that is something to consider. I don't think that's the problem, but Pane 1. But I could put some kind of troubleshooting stuff in here. Okay, so what do we got? We got, wow. It's sending me that stuff a lot. That's weird. I only refreshed it once. I don't know why it has like 50 of those in there. Container rect. Container. It's doing it like numerous times. That's kind of concerning. That's probably part of the issue. So I'm going to leave it here now that I have those console logs in there. Hopefully when I come back, I'll remember that it's repeating a bunch of times. I don't think it should be. It should only have one. So there's probably some function that's being called multiple times. And it really should only be called once. So that's probably part of the problem, and I can narrow it down next time. But right now my brain's not thinking very well. So I think I'll just give it a rest and come back to it later. Anyway, I've enjoyed the fact that I got back to streaming today. I haven't streamed in a long time. I'm not necessarily going to be streaming regularly again. Certainly not every day, but now that my setup is sort of stable, aside from the possible audio robotic issue and a couple other things I need to get working, I'm generally operational again, so I don't have to... Like, the main reason I wasn't streaming for a long time is because I had to set all this stuff up again on Linux, and I didn't really want to do it. Or I just put it off. See, why isn't that showing? There it is. Okay. But now that it's all more or less set up... Oh, actually, one thing I'll do real quick is try to fix my... I have my... starting soon screen fixed, but I haven't taken the time to fix my BRB and thanks for watching. So let me see if I can fix those real quick. The audio and everything will go away for a second while I click on these thingies. Okay, that's cool. Part of the reason I hadn't fixed those for a while is because I was using this special plugin on Windows that allowed for line spacing control on more than one line of text. It's not the Text GDI Plus. And they didn't... I don't remember the name of that special plugin I was using, but they don't have it for Linux, so I wasn't able to control the line spacing in it. And because I was using that special plugin for Windows that wasn't on Linux, when I imported all my scenes and stuff, all of my text just kind of broke. And so I need to go through all my scenes and redo all the text, which I haven't done yet, but I just did those 2 scenes. So now I can do a proper thanks for watching type scene at the end. So I think I will head out. Thanks for watching, and I will see you all next time. I don't know when that will be, but yeah, keep Solid, Solidier, I don't know how he says his name anymore. Solid Gamer is how I remember him from the old days, but Solid is a good way to refer to him. Keep him in your prayers, and Desert Drifter, I know he's probably a stranger to most of you, but I can vouch for him, and if you want to say a prayer for him, I'd appreciate it. And I will see you all next time. Thanks again.